Chapter 398. Changle Palace. Li Mu already knew the identity of the woman in black. She was the commander of the Chrysanthemum Guards, the Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum Guards. Li Mu had never seen her before. According to the title of Commander of the Internal Guards, Li Mu should call her Lady Chrysanthemum. The Chrysanthemum Guards were the Empress's external intelligence organization. They were responsible for monitoring the movements of the Ghost Realm, the Demon Nation, the Demon Sect, and other powerful enemies of the Great Zhou. It was said that many of the Chrysanthemum Guards had infiltrated these forces and were important spies for the imperial court. Zhou Yi looked at the woman in black and asked, "You suddenly returned to Chengdu, did the Demon Sect make a big move?" The woman in black glanced at Li Mu and said to Zhou Yi, "Your Majesty, this is a matter of great importance. If it is not handled well, it will be a catastrophe for the Great Zhou and even the entire righteous path." Zhou Yi understood her meaning and said, "He is one of us. If you can tell me something, you can also tell him." The woman in black didn't expect the Empress to trust a man so much, but she didn't dare to question the Empress. She looked away from Li Mu and said, "Your Majesty, the Demon Sect found the Demon Emperor White Emperor's cave." The Empress, who had always been indifferent, showed a serious expression when she heard this news. She asked, "Is the news true?" The woman in black nodded and said, "One of my spies risked exposing his identity to spread this news. The Demon Sect has been searching for the White Emperor's cave for hundreds of years. Recently, they made a major breakthrough and confirmed the approximate location of the White Emperor's cave." "What Demon Emperor White Emperor?" Li Mu was confused and couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, who is Demon Emperor White Emperor? What happened to his cave?" The woman in black looked at Li Mu and frowned. "Which commander do you work for? How can you be so unruly? Is this a place where you can interrupt?" Li Mu pursed his lips. If it wasn't for the Empress's serious expression, he wouldn't have interrupted even if she asked him to. He said to the Empress, "Your Majesty, Lady Chrysanthemum, and you have important matters to discuss. I will leave first." Zhou Yi said, "Come back. Li Mu, this is not the place for this subject to interrupt. This subject should leave first. Stop fooling around." Zhou Yi rubbed her eyebrows helplessly. She looked at the woman in black and said, "When you see him in the future, treat him like you see me. Don't say those words again." The woman in black stared blankly at Li Mu. The shock in her heart could not be any greater. Had His Majesty's trust in this person reached such a level? After regaining her senses, she lowered her head and said in a deep voice, "Yes." Zhou Yi looked at Li Mu again and explained, "Demon Emperor Bai Di was a powerful demon 3,000 years ago. His cultivation had reached the 9th realm. Today, most of the major demon clans' orthodoxies were passed down from him. Thus, he was respectfully called Demon Emperor by the demon clans. Although the Demon Emperor passed down the demon orthodoxies, he had no direct disciples. His lifespan ended, and after he died, no one inherited his cave abode. Bai Di, Demon Emperor, powerful demon." Li Mu still could not imagine how powerful he was with such words. It was only when the Empress mentioned the 9th realm that Li Mu realized that this demon was actually so powerful. In Li Mu's eyes, the 7th realm was already very powerful. The Empress could teleport, plant flowers, and even chase him into his dreams to beat him up. These were only the abilities of the 7th realm. How powerful would the legendary 9th realm be? But when he thought about how even someone as powerful as the 9th realm only had a lifespan of 300 years, Li Mu felt that it was not that interesting anymore. Powerful cultivators who could reverse yin and yang and mediate destiny would be embarrassed to tell others that they were immortal cultivators if they did not live for thousands of years. They had painstakingly cultivated to the 9th realm, but they had only lived less than 200 years longer than normal people. Moreover, the 300 years of their lives had been spent in boring cultivation. What was the point of cultivating here and there? The Empress continued, "It is said that in the Demon Emperor Bai Di's cave abode, there are many magic treasures and spirit herbs." Li Mu said in surprise, "No matter how good the quality of those magic treasures and spirit herbs are, after 3,000 years, they will lose all their spiritual qi and become ordinary objects, right?" The Empress nodded and said, "The magic treasures will be damaged, and the spirit herbs will lose their effectiveness. But even after 3,000 years, the Tao page will not change at all. Li Mu was shocked and said, "There is a Tao page in the Demon Emperor Baidi's cave abode?" The Empress said, this was not a secret at the time. It was because he comprehended part of the Tao page that he was able to pass down the teachings of the demon race. Later people guessed that the Tao page he had recorded the cultivation methods of the demon race in the world. In the current cultivation world, if there was any treasure that was the most precious, it would undoubtedly be the Tao page. Obtaining a Tao page would allow one to establish a sect and pass down their teachings. The 6 sects of Taoism and the various sects of the demon path all inherited their teachings from the Tao page. Over the past 10,000 years, even though the factions had been improving and innovating on the basis of the Tao pages and had made great progress, they had to admit that the cultivation world had only developed for a short period of time. It was still a long way from reaching the peak of the previous era. The scene Li Mu saw from the Fulu School's Tao page had already proved this point. The cultivation of this era was temporarily behind the previous era. The Tao page was at least an item from the previous era. In other words, obtaining the Tao page would allow one to obtain an even more powerful inheritance. He finally understood why Lady Ju and the Empress were so nervous. If this Tao page was obtained by the righteous path, it would be fine. But if it was obtained by the demon path's demon sect, it would be disastrous. The demon path's demon sect was different from ordinary demons. Among the demons, there were good and kind demons like Xiao Bai, Bai Yinxin, and Bai Tingxin. But there were also evil demons that fed on the essence and blood of humans. The demon path's demon sect was established by these fallen demons. If the demon path's demon sect obtained this Tao page and comprehended an even more powerful demon art from it, it would be a huge blow to the great Zhou and the righteous path. The demon race originally had an innate advantage. If they obtained a more complete and higher level cultivation method, they might be able to create a force that was not weaker than the 6 sects of Taoism within a few years. The black-clothed woman said solemnly, "Your Majesty, we must prevent the demon sect from obtaining the Tao page. Otherwise, it will lead to a disaster." Zhou Yi nodded and said, "I understand. This Tao page must not fall into the hands of the demon path." Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, why don't we let the 3 consecrators of the consecration department go? With their strength, it won't be a problem for them to sweep through the demon path's demon sect and obtain the Tao page." Zhou Yi shook his head and said, "They won't be able to enter Demon Emperor White Emperor's cave abode." Li Mu was puzzled. "Why?" Zhou Yi explained, "The reason why his cave abode has not been discovered for so many years is because this cave abode is a flask space that he created himself. An ownerless flask space is unstable. If cultivators above the 6th realm enter, the cave abode will immediately collapse. All living beings in the cave abode will be wiped out by the power of space." Li Mu was stunned. In other words, cultivators above the 6th realm could not enter White Emperor's cave abode at all. Without 6th realm cultivators, what was there to be afraid of? Li Mu looked at the Empress confidently and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will definitely bring that Tao page back." The woman in black looked at the Empress and said in shock, "Your Majesty." The Empress nodded and said, "Let one of the high consecrators accompany you. If anything happens, he can take care of you." The woman in black was confused. 6th realm cultivators could not enter White Emperor's cave abode. In order to prevent the Tao page from falling into the hands of the demon path, shouldn't the imperial court send all the high consecrators below the 6th realm? Hearing Her Majesty's words, it seemed like she planned to let this person go alone. She had been undercover in the Yao nation for a year. After returning to the divine capital, she realized that her thoughts could not keep up with Her Majesty's. No, she had to ask Shangguanli what was going on. Not long after, at the entrance of Changle Palace, Shangguanli nodded and said, "If he goes personally, you don't have to worry." The woman in black scratched her head and said in disbelief, "Who is he? Why do you and Her Majesty trust him so much?" In Changle Palace, Li Mu was still thinking. For a moment, he wanted to go to White Emperor's cave abode alone and take back that Tao page. However, after thinking about it carefully, that was still a bit reckless. Although he was confident in his own strength, he had to be careful on the path of cultivation. He could not underestimate others. If he failed miserably, he would die without even a chance to regret it. Moreover, the Yao sect had planned this for hundreds of years. If they did not send out all their elites for this operation, he might not be able to handle it alone. His beautiful life had just begun. Thinking of Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, Wan Wan, Xiao Bai, the Empress, he decided to play it safe. This time, he planned to bring all the high consecrators at the peak of the fifth realm with him. In addition, he also wanted to borrow some people from Fulu school to ensure that nothing went wrong. Li Mu took out a sound transmission talisman. After Lu Hanyan went to White Cloud Mountain, she would probably return this talisman to Xian Jizi. He did not know what Xian Jizi was busy with. Li Mu urged the talisman several times, but there was no response. White Cloud Mountain, main peak Taoist Palace. 6 tall white jade chairs floated in the void. Fulu School's headmaster, Xian Jizi, sat in the main seat. The other 5 chairs were occupied by 4 men and 1 woman. They were all phantoms. The only middle-aged woman said, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xian Jizi. You have gained a beloved disciple. I will prepare a generous gift for the disciple acceptance ceremony." A middle-aged man beside her said, "I also want to congratulate fellow Taoist Yuzenzi for ascending to transcendence. Fulu School has gained another powerhouse." Xian Jizi cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Then, as if he sensed something, he said to the crowd, "Please wait for a moment." He stretched out his hand. A white light flashed in his palm, and a wooden box appeared. Xian Jizi inserted his magic power and asked briefly, "Junior brother, what's the matter?" In Changle Palace, Li Mu contacted Xian Jizi several times, but there was no response. Just as he was about to give up, Xian Jizi's voice finally came from the wooden box. Li Mu cleared his throat and said, "There is a very important matter. This matter concerns the foundation of Fulu School. The Imperial Court has received accurate news that the Demon Path's monster sect has discovered Monster Emperor White Emperor's cave abode. There is a Tao page in the cave abode. I have to get it and not let the Demon Path get it. Senior brother, remember to send a few peak manifestation realm elders over. Remember not to tell anyone about this, Monster Emperor White Emperor. Leave behind the cave abode." The Tao page. In the Tao Palace, the phantoms of the other 5 headmasters were stunned. Xian Jizi was extremely regretful. The matter of the Tao page was extremely important. He should have waited for these people's phantoms to dissipate before contacting Li Mu. In Changle Palace, Li Mu saw that Xian Jizi did not speak and frowned. "Senior brother, this is a great opportunity to realize your dream of revitalizing Fulu School. Can you punch the South sect, kick the North sect, lead Xuanzong, make the Pill Cauldron and Spirit Array sects submit to you and become the head of the 6 Taoist sects? It all depends on this. Senior brother, say something." There was suddenly no sound from the voice transmission box. Li Mu turned it over and looked at it. He was puzzled. Strange, why is there no sound? Is there no signal here? In the Tao Palace of the main peak of Baiyin Mountain. Xian Jizi looked at the unfriendly gazes of the 5 people, and an awkward expression appeared on his face. "Fellow Taoist Xian Jizi, you really are a good headmaster of Fulu School. Fellow Taoist, you have big dreams." "Humph." The other 5 headmasters looked at Xian Jizi and mocked him. Xian Jizi looked at them and suddenly waved his sleeves. A spiritual energy storm swept out, and the 5 primordial spirit phantoms were instantly blown away. Then, Xian Jizi stood up and said in a low voice, "All 5th realm elders of the various peaks, come to the Tao Palace of the main peak to see me." His voice soon echoed throughout the entire White Cloud Mountain. Chapter 399. The sect master urgently summoned all the 5th realm elders. This was the first time such a thing had happened on Baiyin Mountain. For a moment, all the creation realm elders in the sect, whether they were writing talismans or cultivating in seclusion, immediately stopped what they were doing and left the various peaks to head to the main peak. At the same time, above the East Sea, in the Xuanzong ancestral court, there were dozens of streams of light flying towards the highest peak from several mountains that were hanging upside down in the air. In a certain country in the southwest of the ancestral state, in the ancestral court of the Pill Cauldron sect, all the creation realm elders in the sect had just been urgently summoned by the sect master. The South sect, North sect, and Spirit Array sect also did the same. For these 5 sects, Xian Jizi's dream was not worth mentioning. Which of the 6 Taoist sects did not want to unify Taoism? Everyone was polite on the surface, but in reality, everyone wanted to ride on the heads of others. In comparison, the Tao page that the demon emperor Bai Di once possessed was the most important thing. Although what was recorded on that page might only be the cultivation methods of the demon clan, all methods were one, and the great path was the same. Human cultivators might be able to comprehend something from it. Taking a step back, even if the Tao page was useless to human cultivators, it was a supreme treasure to the demon race. It could even be said that whoever obtained the Tao page would obtain the demon race. Even if they could not obtain it, they could not let the demon path obtain it. Changel Palace. Li Mu and Xian Jizi were speechless for a long time after their second conversation. He originally wanted Xian Jizi to keep it a secret. Now, all the 6 Taoist sects knew that the demon path and the demon path had found clues to the White Emperor cave abode. These sects would definitely not stand by and watch. The competition suddenly increased by many times. Xian Jizi was old and the sect master. Li Mu had to give him some face and did not say anything. Although it was best for their own people to obtain the Tao page, it was more important that it did not fall into the hands of the demon path. If the 6 Taoist sects sent people to participate, the chances of snatching the Tao page from the demon path would be higher. There was no time to lose. In order to prevent the demon path from taking the initiative, Li Mu had to act immediately. Unfortunately, it was the Lantern Festival in 2 days. He had promised to accompany Xiao Bai and Wan Wan to the Lantern Festival, but now he had to break his promise. After making this decision as quickly as possible, Li Mu left the palace gates and strode toward the Department of Offerings. Life Continent, Country of Demons. In the 100,000 mountain range, the demons had their own territories. Every great demon had their own territory. Within their territories, they established their own kingdoms and called themselves kings. They recruited the demons and formed a powerful force. These forces had friction with each other, and occasionally, there would be annexation. Only those forces that were strong enough to intimidate others could survive for a long time. For example, the demon sect. The demon sect was not a country established by a certain demon race, and most of the members of the demon sect were not from the demon nation. Many of them had fled to the 100,000 mountain range after committing heinous crimes by feeding on human blood essence in the various countries in the ancestral state. The demon sect gathered these fallen demons together and formed a huge force. Even the top-ranked demon kings of the demon nation would not provoke them. This was because the demon sect was not only a single force, but also one of the 10 demon path sections. They had the support of the demon path behind them, allowing them to occupy a vast territory in the demon nation. The demon sect. Numerous mountain peaks were scattered all over the place. Each mountain peak was filled with dense demonic qi. Among them, demonic qi soared into the sky from several of the mountain peaks, piercing through the clouds. On the highest mountain peak, the pressure was extremely strong. Some of the lesser demons passing by would involuntarily lower their heads and feel panic in their hearts. On that mountain peak was the cave residence of the Grand Elder. The demon sect's Grand Elder was a late-stage core fragmentation expert. His strength was equivalent to a peak human cultivator in Dongxian. He was only one step away from stepping into the 7th realm and becoming a legendary spirit demon. On the mountain peak, in the most spacious cave residence, a strong man was sitting on a tall chair. His voice was as loud as a bell as he asked, "How is it?" Another figure knelt down and said, "Great Elder, we are 100% sure that the Demon King's cave is there. However, the Demon King has passed away and no one knows where the entrance to the space is. It will take some time to find the entrance to the cave." The strong man said in a deep voice, "Take your time. We have waited for hundreds of years. There is no need to rush. The figure kneeling on the ground said, Grand Elder, why don't you look for it yourself? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to find the entrance to the Demon King's cave residence, right? The strong man looked at him indifferently and said, What do you know? If I leave here, I will definitely attract the attention of some old fellows. Don't forget where this place is. Once the news is leaked, the entire demon nation will be shaken. At that time, it will be even harder for us to get that thing. The figure immediately said, It's my men who are stupid. The strong man asked, How is the lockdown? The figure nodded and said, Don't worry, Grand Elder. The people who know about this are all our trusted men. I guarantee that it will be airtight. As long as we find the entrance to the cave residence, we will be able to quietly get that thing. At that time, Grand Elder will unify the demon nation and become the king of demons. It will only be a matter of time. The strong man nodded and said, It's fine as long as it's airtight. Just as he finished speaking, someone suddenly walked in quickly and said, Grand Elder, His Highness King Qingguang is here to visit. The strong man frowned and asked suspiciously, What is he here for? This was a sensitive time when he was about to succeed. Any movement would make him suspicious. He would suspect that the other party was here for his White Emperor's cave residence. Soon, the strong man shook his head. He must be thinking too much. King Qingguang was far away in the ghost realm. How could he know his secret? He looked at the person and said, Let him in. Ever since the Nether Saint died at the hands of the Empress of the Great Zhou, the Soul Sect had no leader. In order to stabilize the Soul Sect, several elders of the Sage Sect worked together to raise King Qingguang's strength to the 6th realm and promoted him to the new Grand Elder of the Soul Sect. In terms of status, this former junior of the Soul Sect was now on equal footing with him. Soon, the black-robed King Qingguang walked into the cave residence. He first cupped his hands to the strong man and said, Greetings, Demon King. Although he was now the Grand Elder of the Soul Sect, the strength of the demon race and the Soul Sect could not be mentioned in the same breath. He was far from being a match for the Grand Elder of the Demon Sect. In front of him, King Qingguang still lowered his status slightly. The Demon Sect's Grand Elder Taoist priest said, I haven't congratulated you on being promoted to the Grand Elder of the Soul Sect. King Qingguang said modestly, It's all luck. I can't compare to the Demon King. The two exchanged a few polite words. The Demon Sect's Grand Elder asked, Why did you come to my demon nation instead of staying in the ghost realm? King Qingguang said, I heard that the Demon King discovered the White Emperor's cave residence, so I came to take a look. Boom! The Demon Sect's Grand Elder's mind buzzed. He had already ordered everyone to keep this matter a secret. The entire matter was airtight. How did King Qingguang, who was far away in the ghost realm, know about it? Soon, his face regained its calm. He looked at King Qingguang and said in surprise, Even I didn't know about this. How did you know about it? King Qingguang looked at him with surprise and said slowly, Ahead of the Pill Cauldron School and a dozen Fortune Realm elders have already entered the Demon Nation. According to the reports of our spies in various places, besides the Pill Cauldron School, the Fulu School, the Spirit Array School, the Southern School, the Northern School, and the Xuanzong have all made big movements. Their target seems to be the Demon Nation. The Great Zhou's consecrated department has been moving frequently recently. There must be some scheme. If they're not here for the White Emperor's cave residence, could it be that they're here to pacify the Demon Nation and eradicate the Demon Sect? The Demon Sect's Grand Elder's face sank. After a long time, he took a deep breath and looked at a figure behind him. He gritted his teeth and said, This is what you meant by airtight? The demon cultivator fell to his knees with a thump, his body shaking like a sieve. How was this airtight? It was simply leaking air everywhere. At this moment, he also didn't know how this matter that was supposed to be top secret was suddenly known by everyone. Could it be that there was a traitor among them? P.S. This chapter is a little short. The reason is that I haven't finished writing the following plot. There are many ideas, but it's not easy to string them together and make them interesting. If the second update isn't up by 11:30, then it isn't. I'll update when the ideas are smoothed out. Chapter 400. Inside the cave, King Qingguang looked at the demon sect Grand Elder and said, "Demon King, this time, the 6 Taoist sects and the Great Zhou Court have all sent experts to the demon nation. We must determine the purpose of these people. If they really want to eradicate the demon sect and pacify the demon nation, we must immediately report back to the sage sect and ask the elders to decide." The demon sect Grand Elder snorted and asked, "Do they have the guts?" Whether it was the righteous Tao, the demon Tao, or the Great Zhou Court, there was a certain tacit understanding between the three. The Great Zhou Court would never join forces with the 6 Taoist sects to attack a branch of the demon Tao unless they were prepared for the crazy revenge of the 10 demon Tao sects. At that time, the entire ancestral province would become a battlefield. The battle between super experts could render the 36 counties of the Great Zhou barren. If the Great Zhou Court lost, their nation would be destroyed. If the Great Zhou Court won, the 36 counties would become a land of death. The demon Tao might lose, but the righteous Tao and the Great Zhou Court would never win. They were not here to attack the demon sect. Without a doubt, their purpose in coming to the demon nation was the White Emperor's cave. King Qingguang looked at him and said, "So, the matter of the White Emperor's cave is true?" At this point, there was no use in hiding it. The demon sect Grand Elder said with a sullen face, "It's true." As his voice fell, another small demon ran in and said, "Grand Elder, the sage sect elder sent a message." The news of the demon sect discovering the demon emperor White Emperor's cave quickly spread throughout the various demon nations. The demon sect discovered the location of the White Emperor's cave. They sent people into the White Emperor's cave. The demon sect Grand Elder obtained that page of the Heavenly Book. The demon sect Grand Elder comprehended the Heavenly Book and is about to unify the demon nation. At first, the demons thought that the news was fake. However, as the rumors became more and more true, some powerful demons could not sit still. Black Wind Nation. A burly man with a face full of black hair and a pair of large ears had a glint in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, we can't let the demon sect obtain this page of the Heavenly Book. Otherwise, they will cause chaos in our demon kingdom. Send someone to find out what's going on." In a certain mountain range in the demon nation, there was a mountain peak that resembled a wolf's head. At the mouth of the wolf, there was a deep cave. It was pitch black inside the cave, with only a few balls of flame flickering. Only when he got closer did he realize that these were not ghostly flames at all, but pairs of ghostly green eyes. A gray wolf ran into the cave from the outside. Soon, a conversation could be heard from inside the cave. The demon race's heavenly tomes cannot fall into the hands of outsiders. Third brother is right. No matter if it's the humans or the demon sect, we cannot let them obtain the demon emperor's heavenly book. With our strength, I'm afraid we're no match for the Taoist sect, the diabolical sect, and the Great Zhou Court. Let's discuss this with that snake and that big cat. This time, we have to work together. In the demon nation, above the lush mountain range, several figures flew past at high speed. Other than the 2 high reverends of the worship department and the sloppy Taoist priest, there were 5 reverends at the peak of the manifestation realm beside Li Mu. For the sake of this plan, all the elites of the worship department had been mobilized. Among them, the 5 reverends at the peak of the 5th realm had entered the White Emperor's cave abode with Li Mu. The sloppy Taoist priest and the 2 high reverends were there to protect their safety. The demon nation was not the Great Zhou. There were countless great demons in it, and it was also the lair of the diabolical sect and the demon sect. Danger lurked in every corner. Whether or not they could obtain the treasure was one matter, and whether or not they could leave this place safely after obtaining the treasure was another matter. Within the demon nation, there were many towering mountains and steep ridges, and very few plains. As he flew over, Li Mu could feel the soaring demon chi from many of the mountain peaks. Among them, there were many 4th and 5th realm demons. There were even 1 or 2 6th realm demons. In the Great Zhou, 5th realm demons could be called demon kings, and 6th realm demons could be called demon emperors. But here, only 6th realm great demons could be called demon kings. As for demon emperors, it was an honorific that belonged to only one person. Demon Emperor Bai Di was a powerful demon from 3,000 years ago. Before Bai Di, most demons did not know how to cultivate. They relied on their instincts to breathe in spirit qi. Although it was not difficult for such a primitive cultivation method to give birth to spiritual intelligence, it was extremely difficult for powerful cultivators to appear. Bai Di was the first ninth realm great demon. Not only was his own cultivation extraordinary, but he also passed down cultivation methods to many demons. After Bai Di, the demons obtained cultivation methods and began to rise rapidly. They even established the demon nation and ruled separately from the human race until now. It was said that Bai Di only passed down the basic cultivation methods of the demons. The true great supernatural power of the demons still existed in the heavenly book in Bai Di's hands. As long as one could obtain the heavenly book, they would be able to grasp the supreme cultivation secrets of the demons. The Tao scripture of the Taoist sect was called the Heavenly Book by the demons. Others might have other names, but in the eyes of the Taoist sect, no matter if it was the demon Tao, the ghost Tao, the demon Tao, or the Buddhist Tao, they were all Taos. There was nothing wrong with calling it the Tao scripture. Li Mu and the others swaggered across the sky, encountering quite a number of demons blocking their way. However, when they saw the formation of the group, they fled far away without even thinking about it. Later, Li Mu simply asked the two high priests to release their auras. Since then, no more demons dared to jump out. Although they were few in number, only 9, these 9 people could destroy most of the demon nations here. Li Mu took out a compass and looked at the needle on the compass. It pointed to a mountain peak on the left and said, "There." The group flew another 50 miles to the left and landed on a mountain peak. On the open space on the mountain peak, Hyun Jinko walked over with a smile and said, "Junior brother, you're finally here." The few figures behind him also walked forward and bowed, "Greetings, Martial Uncle Ling Jizi." Mount Baiyun was closer to the demon nation, so the people from Fulu school had arrived earlier than Li Mu. However, they did not know the exact location and could only wait for Li Mu to arrive first. No need for formalities. Li Mu waved at the elders and looked to the side, saying, "Daoist Miao Dan is also here." Hyun Jinko revealed a helpless expression. Although the other 5 sects knew about the White Emperor's cave abode, only Li Mu knew its exact location. Even if they arrived at the demon nation, they could only look around like headless flies. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to meet people from the profound sect here. After Xuanzong's Miao Dan saw them, she insisted on traveling with them. He could not shake her off no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he could only give up. A middle-aged Taoist nun holding a horsetail whisk walked over and smiled at Li Mu, saying, "Long time no see. Fellow Taoist, you're not the same as before." When she first met Li Mu, he was still a lowly constable in Yangqiu County with a weak cultivation. After more than a year, he had already advanced to the fortune realm and became a second-generation disciple of Fulu school. His status was the same as hers. Li Mu smiled and said, "Taoist Miao Dan is still as elegant as ever." The middle-aged Taoist nun smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you're also looking for the White Emperor's cave abode, right? Why don't we go together?" There was only one Tao page. One more person meant one more competitor. However, Taoist Miao Dan had done a lot to kill Qinhuan. Now that she had taken the initiative to ask, Li Mu could not refuse. He nodded and said, "That's good." Taoist Miao Dan glanced at Hyun Jinko and said, "Your junior brother is much stronger than you." Hyun Jinko shook his head and said, "Since junior brother says so, let's go." After all, Li Mu was still the main person in charge of this matter. Xuanzong and Fulu school, although one was in the east and the other in the north, they were both in the Great Zhou. Their relationship was closer than the other sects, so he could not keep refusing. Li Mu was convinced by Zhu Wei's ability to gather information. Apart from bringing news of the White Emperor's cave abode, she also gave Li Mu the specific location. After meeting up with Hyun Jinko and the others, the group of nearly 20 people quickly flew towards the heart of the Yao Kingdom. 2 hours later, the group arrived in the sky above a valley. The slovenly Taoist priest suddenly said, "Stop." The next moment, he rolled up his sleeves and said, "Retreat." Almost instantly, the 2 high priests, Hyun Jinko, and Miao Dun reacted. They each took a few people and retreated out of the valley. Several powerful attacks came from all directions of the valley. The space where Li Mu and the others were just now fluctuated violently. Just the aftermath alone was enough to flatten the surrounding mountains. If Li Mu and the others were still in their original positions, the high priests and the Fifth Realm elders of Fulu School and Xuanzong would probably be instantly destroyed. The Dongxian experts would also be seriously injured. The next moment, 4 powerful auras rose from the valley. One of them was emitting a ghostly aura. He was slightly weaker than the Nether Saint, but he was still a 6th Realm expert. The other person was a muscular man. His demonic aura soared into the sky. His aura was also very terrifying. Li Mu sensed that he seemed to be even stronger than Hyun Jinko. As for the other two, one was an unusually handsome man. The other was shrouded in a cloud of fog. His face could not be seen, but from their auras, these two were undoubtedly 6th Realm experts. Hyun Jinko looked at the muscular man with a serious expression. He said, "Demon Sect Grand Elder." The man looked at the group with a fierce gaze. His voice was loud as a bell. He said sternly, "This is not a place where you can come. Go back to where you came from." The slovenly Taoist priest crossed his arms and said disdainfully, "Little cat, what are you being so arrogant for? There are only 4 of you and 5 of us. Why don't we fight? Whoever loses can get lost." The 4 6th realms on the other side were undoubtedly from the Devil Sect. Judging from their characteristics, they should be from the Soul Sect, the Demon Sect, the Mirage Sect, and the Meizong Sect respectively. It was obvious that the Devil Sect had attached great importance to the Demon Emperor's cave residence this time. While the two sides were in a stalemate, Li Mu suddenly felt a gaze from the opposite side fall on him. He looked across and saw a few figures standing behind the handsome man. One of them was a woman who was glaring at him with a ferocious look in her eyes. It was as if she wanted nothing more than to skin him alive. Chapter 401. Seeing Phantom Princess, Li Mu recalled the rope that the Empress had given him. Then, he recalled some scenes that were not suitable for children. If it wasn't for that teleportation talisman, this demon would have become Li Mu's captive. Now, the 2 short swords that he had seized from her were still in Li Mu's storage space. Sensing Li Mu's unscrupulous gaze, Phantom Princess also recalled some past events, and the viciousness in her eyes intensified. Opposite him, the Demon Sect's Grand Elder looked at the 5 powerhouses opposite him with an ugly expression. Just as the Taoist priest had said, in terms of the number of powerhouses, his side was at a disadvantage. Not only that, he couldn't see through the Taoist priest's strength at all. Even if his cultivation hadn't reached the 7th realm, he should be at the edge of that realm. They didn't have the advantage in numbers, and their strength was also slightly inferior. They were at an absolute disadvantage. However, he wouldn't give up on the Demon Emperor's cave abode and the things inside no matter what. Li Mu's side didn't retreat, and the Demon Sect side didn't budge either. Just as both sides were in a deadlock, another 4 auras rapidly approached from afar. 4 demonic auras shot into the sky, and the Demon Sect's Grand Elder's expression darkened even more. The White Emperor's cave abode should have belonged to him alone, but some damn traitor leaked the news. Not only did it attract the attention of the Great Zhou Court and the 6 Daoist sects, but even the other great demons of the demon nation couldn't sit still. He looked at the 4 figures rapidly approaching and said coldly, "Snake King, Panther King, Bear King, Wolf King, what are you doing here?" Among the 4 figures that had just arrived, a slender man with a feminine face said, "The Demon Emperor is the Emperor of the demon race, not the Emperor of the tiger race. Does the Tiger King want to monopolize it?" The Demon Sect's Grand Elder's true form was a tiger demon. He looked at the Snake King and said coldly, "We have enough evidence to prove that the Demon Emperor's true form belongs to the tiger race. What does his cave abode have to do with you?" The Snake King said indifferently, "I still have proof. The Demon Emperor is an ancestor of my snake clan. His cave abode and everything in it should be inherited by us." Seeing that they were about to quarrel with the Demon Kings again, the handsome man from the Demon Sect said, "For Demon Kings, no matter what, the Demon Emperor's cave abode should belong to the demon race. It has nothing to do with humans. Why don't you join forces with the demon sect and chase away those people from the Great Zhou court and Dao sect? Then, the demon race will decide who the cave abode belongs to. The four monster kings looked at each other, seemingly deep in thought. Li Mu frowned slightly. If the demon race and the demon sect joined forces, the number of sixth realm cultivators on the other side would immediately double. 8 against 5, they were at a disadvantage. Li Mu decisively looked at Hyun Jinko and asked, "Senior brother, can you contact the other 4 sects?" Hyun Jinko immediately understood what Li Mu meant. He took out a bronze mirror and said telepathically, "Jade Sun, 2 heaven-grade pills and I'll tell you the location of the White Arch cave abode." The other party did not hesitate for long and immediately said, "Deal." Hyun Jinko changed his hand seals and sent them into the bronze mirror. He said again, "Guanjuanzi, 2 heaven-grade array flags and I'll tell you the location of the White Arch cave abode." The person in the mirror said in a low voice, "Deal." Hyun Jinko held the mirror in one hand and changed hand seals with the other. White light was sent into the mirror repeatedly. "Ling Wuzi, 100 bottles of spirit fluid and I'll tell you where the White Arch cave abode is. 50 bottles, no less. If you don't agree, I'll look for Dong Yunzi. It's good that you agree. 50 bottles of spirit fluid in exchange for a chance to obtain the Dao page. You guys don't lose out. Dong Yunzi, 2 heaven-grade magic treasures in exchange for the location of the White Arch cave abode." Dan Xingzi and the rest have all agreed. You're the only one left. What? One? Come over quickly. Li Mu looked at Hyun Jinko in a daze. In his eyes, Hyun Jinko had always been an honest person with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Li Mu and Lu Hanyan had become disciples. He was the one who had been exploited the most by Yuzhen and Fu Daozi. He had been extorted of a lot of treasures, but he did not complain at all. He was so honest that it was embarrassing. He was completely not as shrewd as he was just now. Li Mu was dumbfounded when he heard the news and did 4 business deals. Sensing Li Mu's gaze, Hyun Jinko said embarrassedly, "It's almost time for Senior Brother Sect Master's Disciple recruitment ceremony." "I understand." Li Mu nodded embarrassedly and said, I understand. First, it was Lu Hanyan. Then, it was Li Mu. The couple had already emptied Hyun Jinko. Until now, Li Mu was too embarrassed to take out the Qingxian sword in front of him. Now, it was Li Qing's turn. He probably really did not have anything that he could take out. That was why he wanted to take this opportunity to extort a wave of money. By extorting 4 sects at the same time, other than giving Li Qing a meeting gift, he also made a lot of profit. Li Mu was truly somewhat guilty. Their family had forced an honest person to become a treacherous person. Opposite them, the eyes of the 4 demon kings flickered. Although the demon sect did not have good intentions, they definitely did not want the treasures of the demon race to be obtained by humans. Joining forces to chase them away first before fighting with the demon sect was the best decision. However, before they could respond, a sudden change occurred. The sky in front suddenly lit up. In the void, a golden door appeared out of nowhere. Several figures walked out of the door. The aura of the leader was obscure. He was obviously a 6th realm cultivator. The few people behind him also had the aura of a peak 5th realm cultivator. Li Mu looked at the golden door. From that position, he could feel the fluctuations of an array formation. They had directly built a teleportation array formation. The appearance of the Spirit Array sect was indeed extraordinary. Among the 4 sects, they were the first to arrive. Then, a few more figures shot over from afar and arrived in an instant. A woman in a white robe and a few other figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. These people were all women. As they approached, Li Mu suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant scent. This fragrance did not smell like the body fragrance of a woman. It was more like the fragrance of an elixir. Moreover, it was the fragrance of a supreme-grade elixir. Li Mu could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. For cultivators, this fragrance was really too alluring. Without a doubt, these people were the powerful cultivators of the Elixir Cauldron sect. Then, a few more figures descended from the sky. These people were all men. They wore Taoist robes, but they did not look elegant at all. Because their bodies were too strong, Li Mu could see the lines of their muscles through the Taoist robes. The disciples of the South sect began to temper their bodies before they started cultivating. They specialized in the martial Tao. The strength of their bodies was comparable to Dharma treasures. The moment the disciples of the South sect appeared, Li Mu heard the sound of wind. He looked up and saw a black dot appear in the distant sky. The black dot enlarged quickly. A gigantic sword that was 1,000 feet long appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A few figures stood at the tip of the gigantic sword. After flying to the top of the valley, the people standing on the giant sword jumped down. Then, the gigantic sword began to shrink rapidly. In the end, it shrunk to its normal size and was carried on the back of a middle-aged man with a cultivation of the sixth realm. Li Mu noticed that the Taoist robes of the people beside the middle-aged man were flowing with light. They seemed to be of extraordinary quality. The weapons in their hands also looked extraordinary. Looking at their outfits and then looking at the disciples of the Fulu school, it was like comparing an emperor to a beggar. The North sect specialized in refining weapons. Among the 6 Taoist sects, it was the most extravagant sect. At this point, the 6 Taoist sects had gathered. The middle-aged man from the North sect looked around and looked at Hyun Jinko. He said angrily, "Hyun Jinko, didn't you say that you would only tell us this news?" The muscular man from the South sect did not look good either. He said the same thing to me. The woman from the Pill Cauldron sect looked at Hyun Jinko unhappily. She said, "Senior brother Hyun Jinko, you said that you would only tell little sister. You didn't keep your word." From the Spirit Array sect, Guang Yuanzi snorted coldly. He said, "You didn't keep your word first. We can only give you one set of heaven-grade array flags." Hyun Jinko coughed softly and said, "Let's not rush this matter. Opening the Demon Emperor's cave abode and getting the Tao page is more important." Although everyone's expression was still somewhat displeased, they did not speak again. The 6 Taoist sects usually liked to fight for disciples and organize all kinds of competitions between disciples to see who was better. They also dreamed of one day riding on the heads of the other 5 sections. However, at the end of the day, they were still fellow sect members. Even if they were from different sects, they would still address each other as senior brother and senior sister. At this moment, they were united against the outside world. It was a tacit understanding that did not even need to be mentioned. Opposite them, the demon sect Grand Elder's expression was already indescribably ugly. The 6 Taoist sects and the Great Zhou Court already had 9 Sixth Realm experts on their side. On their side, even if the 4 demon kings were all on their side, they only had 8 Sixth Realm experts. Not to mention, the actual combat strength of the first seed of the 6 Taoist sects could not be measured by experts of the same level. If they really fought, their side would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. Originally, it was his treasure trove alone. Now, it had attracted more than 10 major factions to fight for it. Just the 6th Realm experts alone numbered 16, and that was not counting himself. At the thought of this, he hated the spy who leaked the news even more. However, the spies seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. No matter how he searched or calculated, he could not find any trace of the spy. After the people from the other 4 sects arrived, the atmosphere became awkward once more. Although the 6 Taoist sects and the Great Zhou Court were the strongest among the factions, no matter whether they wanted to make a move against the demon sect or the 4 demon kings, the other factions would not stand by and watch. If they really fought, neither side would gain any advantage. The slovenly Taoist priest looked at the demon sect Grand Elder and asked, "Little tabby cat, what do you say now?" The demon sect Grand Elder remained silent. It was impossible for him to monopolize the demon emperor's cave abode. However, he was also unwilling to give it up. The demon sect had searched for that cave abode for several generations of elders, spanning hundreds of years. How could he let others obtain it? At this moment, the Snake King spoke. "Now that things have come to this, I'm sure everyone will be unwilling to leave and stay. Why don't everyone rely on their own abilities? After entering the Demon Emperor's cave abode, the heavenly book will belong to whoever obtains it. Chapter 402. What the Snake King said was a solution within a solution. There were 3 major factions and more than 10 smaller factions. If no one gave in, then no one could enter the Demon Emperor's cave abode. Instead of continuing the stalemate, it was better to put aside the dispute and participate together. As for who could obtain that page of the heavenly book, it would depend on their own abilities. Even if they couldn't obtain it, they could only blame themselves for being inferior. After the Snake King made his suggestion, the sloppy Taoist priest looked at Li Mu. Li Mu nodded slightly. It was impossible to monopolize the Demon Emperor's cave abode now. If they competed fairly, they had a high chance of winning. It wasn't unacceptable. The sloppy Taoist priest said, "We agree. You can ask that little tabby cat if it agrees." The Demon Grand Elder didn't agree, but he didn't reject either. It was a tacit agreement. There were so many powerhouses here. His opinion wasn't important. Seeing that no one objected, the Snake King continued, "After the Demon Emperor died, the cave abode has no owner. Those above the 6th realm cannot enter, so we can only send in our subordinates. For the sake of fairness, including us, no matter if it's the Great Zhou Court, the 6 Daoist sects, or the various Demon Dao sects, each faction can only send in 5 subordinates below the 6th realm. Does anyone have a different opinion?" The Snake King's words were fair. No one raised any objections. Including Li Mu, there were a total of 6 5th realm consecrators in the imperial court. One of them had to stay outside. Only 5 of the elders brought by the 6 sects could enter. Very quickly, they decided on the candidates. The 4 Demon Dao sects and the Demon Kings also chose their strongest subordinates. For now, the 3 factions reached a temporary compromise. The next problem was to enter the Demon Emperor's cave abode. If there were only a few 6th realm powerhouses in the valley, they would have to put in a lot of effort to find the entrance. However, there were a total of 17 6th realm powerhouses here. Under the influence of benefits, the 17 of them joined forces to cast spells. Their magic power focused on a point in the void. A hole was immediately torn in that space. One could vaguely see that it was connected to another space. The Snake King said in a low voice, "Go in quickly. We can't hold it for long." The 5 shadows behind him were the first to fly into the crack. Then, the subordinates of the other 3 Demon Kings also jumped in. Following them were the people from the 4 demonic sections. Seeing Huan Ji and the others fly in, Li Mu, the other 4 consecrators, and the 5 elders of the Fulu school also flew in. In the valley, more than 10 people withdrew their spells. The spatial entrance also disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. The 3 forces stood in 3 different places, each on guard against the other. At this time, Li Mu looked at the vast expanse of whiteness around him and raised his vigilance to the highest level. The White Emperor's cave mansion was not like what he had imagined. In front of him, there was only a white fog. He could only see 3 or 4 steps away from him. Beyond 5 steps, there was only a thick white fog, and he could not see anything. When Li Mu's spiritual awareness left his body, the range it could explore was no more than 10 steps. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. His body moved a few feet to the side, and a flying sword brushed past his neck. Li Mu squinted his eyes and looked at the thick fog in front of him. A figure walked out from there. He glanced at Huan Ji and asked indifferently, "What, do you want to fight?" The flying sword flew back and floated above Huan Ji's head. She looked at Li Mu with a face full of anger. Just as she was about to activate the flying sword to attack again, the people beside her advised, "Lord Huan Ji, finding the heavenly book is more important." Huan Ji took a deep breath and glared fiercely at Li Mu again. Then, she turned and disappeared into the thick fog. The Fox clan clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. They would not refuse to repay kindness, nor would they not take revenge. It was not easy for her to persuade her father to leave the demon country and complete the mission alone. At that time, she was heroic and heroic. She vowed to prove her ability to her father. Then, she met Limu. Limu gave her the first setback in her demon life, and it was during her first mission. This kind of blow made her depressed for a few months, and she couldn't recover from it. Towards this human who ended her first mission and humiliated her, if she did not return the humiliation 100 times over, she would live in humiliation for the rest of her life. However, for now, finding the heavenly book was more important. 3 days later, the experts outside would open the space again. As long as she found the heavenly book, she would have enough time to take revenge. Huan Ji had just provoked him to fight, but she left irresponsibly. The situation in the thick fog ahead was unknown, so Limu could not chase after her. The demon path people who came in first, the demon king's subordinates, were nowhere to be found. Beside Limu, the leading elders of the other 5 sects cupped their hands and said, "Martial Uncle Ling Jizi, we will also go elsewhere to search." Although the 6 sects were close, they each represented their own interests. After entering the demon emperor's cave, they scattered and searched on their own. Limu finally looked at the 5 people from the Fulu school and asked, "What about you?" The leading Taoist priest said, "Before we came, the sect master said that we will listen to Martial Uncle Ling Jizi's command in this operation." Limu nodded and said, "That's good. The situation here is unknown. If we move together, we can take care of each other." The demon emperor's cave was very different from what Limu had imagined. It was all white and there was no sense of direction. They did not know how big this space was and where should they find the Tao page. Could it be that they had to search around like headless flies? At this time, the leading elder of the Fulu school took out a piece of Fulu from his sleeve and handed it to Limu, saying, "The sect master asked me to give this to Martial Uncle. He said that this piece of Fulu will lead us to the location of the Tao page. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Limu glanced at him, took the piece of Fulu, and threw it into the air. The piece of Fulu turned into a paper crane and slowly flapped its wings, flying to the left. Limu and the others followed the paper crane. While being vigilant of their surroundings, they slowly moved forward. In the thick fog not far ahead, an elder of the North sect took out a compass from his chest. After inserting his Fa-Li, the compass needle spun rapidly and stopped after a while. At this time, the compass needle was pointing in the same direction as Limu and the others. In another direction, the 5 people of the Spirit Array sect followed behind a small flag in the air and silently moved forward. Although the elders of the 6 sects were separated and did not travel in the same direction, if they were to extend their route, they would find that sooner or later, they would meet at a certain place. At the same time, the 10 people of the Meizong sect and the Mirage sect, under the guidance of Huan Ji, were still heading in the same direction. Limu slowly walked in the thick fog. Besides the footsteps of a group of people, he could not hear anything else. Dead silence. All he could feel in this space was a deathly stillness. There were no living creatures here. The ground was bare. Not to mention trees, there was not even a blade of grass or a flower. Other than the lack of living creatures, there was no spiritual energy in this space. This also meant that the Fa-Li in their body could only be replenished with spiritual jades. Once the Fa-Li in their body was depleted, the spiritual jades would also be used up. A cultivator at the peak of the 5th level would not be much stronger than a normal person. In this situation, all the sense of security that a cultivator had came from the Fa-Li in their body. Limu reminded everyone, "Be careful. Try to conserve your Fa-Li as much as possible and avoid any unnecessary consumption of Fa-Li." At this time, a consecrator of the imperial court who was leading the way suddenly stopped and said, "Lord Li, there is something in front." Limu took 2 steps forward. Indeed, in the thick fog ahead, he saw a black shadow. The black shadow was half the height of a person. It was squarish and motionless. It did not look like a living thing. Limu took a closer look and realized that it was a stone tablet. Along the way, other than the ground under their feet and the thick fog around them, the entire world was empty. This stone tablet was the first thing they encountered here. The consecrator stood in front of the stone tablet. As if he had discovered something, he said, "There are words on the tablet." The few of them took a closer look. Indeed, they found some marks on the stone tablet. However, those crooked marks were not in the common language of the Great Zhou. The group could not recognize a single word. Li Mu did not recognize it either. He only felt that the handwriting was somewhat familiar. He had seen Xiao Bai's handwriting before. It was very similar to this handwriting. If he guessed correctly, this should be the ancient language of the demon clan. As for the specific content of the tablet, he did not know. A consecrator took a few steps forward and said, "There are more in front. There are more here too. There are many more stone tablets in front. Why do I feel like these are gravestones?" The few of them continued forward. They realized that they seemed to have entered a forest of stone tablets. There were hundreds of densely packed stone tablets here. The images of the tablets were faintly discernible in the thick fog, making the already strange space even more strange. This made the group more cautious. They went around the stone tablets and continued forward slowly. However, even Li Mu did not notice that when they walked past the gravestones, some of the aura emitted from their bodies was attracted by the gravestones and entered the ground. In this space that had been dead for who knows how many years, their entry brought life to this place. At the same time, a few thousand steps to their left, Phantom Princess looked at the words on a stone tablet and read softly, "Spiritual Ape King's 7th Personal Guard." A handsome man beside her revealed a joyful expression and said, "According to the ancient records, the Spiritual Ape King was one of the 10 great demon generals under the Demon Emperor. This is indeed the Demon Emperor's cave." As soon as he finished speaking, Phantom Princess's expression changed. She said, "Be careful." Before the person could react, he suddenly felt something tighten around his leg. He looked down and saw a bone-like hand grabbing his ankle and pulling it down. The ground cracked open and he was directly dragged underground. After a violent spiritual energy fluctuation, the handsome man broke out of the ground. His face was extremely pale. He floated in the air. The position of one of his legs was empty. Kacha, creak. At the same time, there was a scalp-numbing chewing sound from underground. Chapter 403. Crunch, the handsome man had lost a leg. The sound of bones being chewed came from the ground. This made everyone, including Huan Ji, feel their hair stand on end. The Meizong and Mirage sect were mostly humans. They were different from the beasts that liked to eat raw food. When had they ever seen such a bloody scene? Soon, the sound of bones being chewed stopped. A skinny figure jumped out from the ground. It was a humanoid creature that looked more like an ape. Its body was only covered with skin and bones. There was nothing in its 2 empty eye sockets. Its withered hair was stuck to its head. The corner of its mouth was full of blood and minced meat. It looked quite terrifying. Huan Ji said with a pale face, "Demonic corpse. It has been thousands of years. How can there still be demonic corpses here?" The ape corpse emitted a thick corpse aura. It let out a roar and pounced towards Huan Ji. In another place, a 5th-level core formation demonic bear of the bear tribe covered his bloody broken arm. He looked at the black shadow that was biting his arm in the fog. He felt a chill in his heart. Although it was also a demonic creature, it had never been so cruel. It was different from those wild demonic bears. Its parents were demonic beasts. It was born with intelligence. It ate cooked meat and drank fruit juice. The thick smell of blood made him feel nauseous. At this time, the black shadow had finished biting his arm and pounced towards him from the fog. 100 steps behind him, several people from the demonic Dao and demon sect were attacking a demonic corpse that came out from the ground. In other places, the elders of the 6 Dao sects were also in a similar situation. A female elder of the Pill Cauldron sect looked at the wolf corpse that was pouncing towards her. She waved her hand and threw a pill into the wolf corpse's mouth. Sizzle, green smoke came out of the wolf corpse's mouth. Soon, its entire body turned into a pile of powder. In another place, a bear corpse was pouncing towards the elder of the South sect. It was punched in the head and the bear corpse's head exploded. At almost the same time, a leopard corpse was killed by the sword array of the spirit array sect. At the place where Xuanzong was, lightning suddenly struck down from the fog and killed the 2 black shadows. On the northern sect side, a demonic corpse stretched out its sharp claws and stabbed at a northern sect elder. With a few crisp sounds, its claws broke. At the same time, its head was easily cut off by the northern sect elder's sword. Somewhere in the cave dwelling, Limu watched as the two monster corpses turned to ashes beneath the Fulu, a thoughtful expression on his face. Why would there be a strange demon corpse here? Although zombies lived longer than most races, it was impossible for them to live for more than 3,000 years. From the moment a corpse gained sentience, it had to re-enter the cycle of life and death. Furthermore, these demonic corpses looked extremely strange. Their strength was obviously not weak, and they were not weaker than a fourth realm flying stiff. However, they did not possess the simple intelligence of a flying stiff. Under normal circumstances, this was impossible. Unless they were strong cultivators above the fifth realm before they died. The strength of a strong cultivator's corpse would naturally be extraordinary. They had existed in the form of corpses in this cave dwelling for as long as 3,000 years. Perhaps the entrance of Limu and the others had stimulated them, causing them to mutate. This was the only reason that could explain why there were demon corpses that had lived for 3,000 years. Although these corpses were very old, they had only mutated for a short period of time. If the corpses buried under these stone tablets were the corpses of strong cultivators from the demon clan from 3,000 years ago, and because of the influx of living people, the process of mutating had accelerated, then, Limu looked at the other stone tablets. Indeed, he saw that all the surrounding stone tablets had begun to shake violently. He looked at the people around him and said in a low voice, "This place is strange. Everyone, be careful underground." Black shadows broke out from the ground under the stone steel. The thick corpse aura mixed with the smell of decay seemed to have diluted the surrounding fog a little. A Fulu school elder frowned and said, "Why are there so many demon corpses in the Demon Emperor's cave dwelling?" Limu shook his head and said, "Don't worry about that. Let's get rid of them first. Otherwise, more and more of them will gather. If we can use the Fulu, try not to exhaust your own mana." "Yes." Hearing this, the Fulu school disciples and the high priests of the imperial court all launched their Fulu attacks. The demon corpses in front of them had to be destroyed. Otherwise, they would be in a dilemma. Fortunately, these demon corpses only had strength but no intelligence. It was very easy to get rid of them. The group continued to move forward at a slow pace. In the process of moving forward, Limu also noticed that the fog around them was tumbling and sending waves of mana waves. Obviously, the others here were also fighting with the demon corpses. Limu carefully observed these demon corpses. A mystery gradually emerged in his heart. From the strength of these demon corpses, their masters should have been strong cultivators of the demon clan when they were alive. If these strong cultivators died in an accident, then their corpses would most likely not be left behind. Under normal circumstances, only when one's lifespan was exhausted would there be corpses left behind. But from the appearance of these demon corpses, they did not die because their lifespan was exhausted. These demon corpses had strong bodies. Most of them were still in the prime of their lives. They were at the peak of their strength. How could they all die in one place? Limu looked at the demon corpses that were still surging out. A thought suddenly arose in his mind. Could it be that they were all buried with the White Emperor? After the Demon Emperor White Emperor died, the demon soldiers and demon generals under his command were buried with him. This was the only possibility that could explain why there were so many tombstones neatly arranged here. As Limu was thinking about this, he heard the voices of the high priests and elders. "The Fulu is all used up. Mine is also all used up. Why are there so many demon corpses here?" This cave abode had been isolated from the outside world for 3,000 years. There was no supply of spiritual chi. After the Fulu was used up, they could only use their mana. Any wise cultivator would not use up all their magic power when they could not replenish their magic power and when the crisis was not over. This was no different from courting death. Limu took out all the spiritual jades and Fulu from his flask heaven space and distributed them to everyone. He said, "Everyone, use the Fulu first. After the Fulu is used up, then use your mana." Remember to use the spiritual jades to replenish your mana at all times. Looking at his Flask Heaven ring, and then looking at the Flask Heaven cave abode of others, Limu finally understood the difference between them. The storage ring that the White Demon King gave him was only the size of a room. It was cramped for one person to live in. The Demon Emperor White Emperor's cave abode could no longer be described as a villa or a mansion. This was the real Flask Heaven world. In the blink of an eye, another demon corpse emerged from under a stone tablet. Limu casually struck it with a thunder talisman, turning it into ashes. The few of them followed the guidance of the paper crane and continued forward. God knows how many demon corpses they killed. Although the further they went, the fewer stone tablets and demon corpses there were, the stronger the demon corpses they encountered were. From early stage level 4, to mid-stage level 4, to late-stage level 5 demon corpses just now. After death, the demon corpses had the power of early-stage level 5 demon corpses. That meant that the owner of the demon corpses was at least level 6 when they were alive. In today's world, level 6 demon corpses were considered powerful existences. To think that they could be buried with others. This really overturned Limu's understanding of the world. The good thing was that there were not many demon corpses of this level. Furthermore, they did not have spiritual intelligence and were much weaker than cultivators of the same level. Even so, along the way, the group had used up most of their Fulu and spiritual jades. Before entering the White Emperor's cave abode, no one would have thought that the first part of the journey would be so difficult. Only when there were no more stone tablets around them and no more demon corpses jumping out did the group realize that they had arrived at a vast square. What they were stepping on was no longer earth, but crystal-clear spiritual jades. However, the spiritual jades laid on the ground did not have any spiritual chi. If the spiritual chi in the spiritual jades was absorbed by cultivators at an accelerated rate, the entire spiritual jade would turn into dust the moment the spiritual chi was exhausted. Only when the spiritual chi was allowed to slowly dissipate could it form a complete spiritual jade stone. It was not hard to imagine that the spiritual jades laid here 3,000 years ago should still contain spiritual chi. However, as time passed, the spiritual chi in the spiritual jades had all dissipated. Spiritual jades were items that gathered spiritual chi from the outside world. However, when there was no spiritual chi in the outside world, the spiritual chi in the spiritual jade could not be retained and would gradually dissipate outside. However, this dissipation speed was extremely slow. It would take hundreds to thousands of years for the spiritual chi in a spiritual jade to dissipate completely. These spiritual jades without spiritual chi also showed that this place had been through a long period of time. The fog in the square was much thinner than outside the square. The group could already see the situation 100 steps away. In a certain direction, the fog rolled and several figures walked out. Huan Ji's group of 10 people seemed to be in a sorry state. Their faces were all pale, and their bodies were covered with injuries. One of the handsome men had even lost a leg, and he looked rather miserable. Huan Ji did not expect Limu to arrive here before them. After her expression changed slightly, she maintained a certain distance from them and sat cross-legged on the ground. She took out 2 spiritual jades and held them in her hands as she meditated. Not long after, more figures walked out from the fog. After Xuanzong's group of 5 walked to the square, they smiled at Limu and the others. They also found a place and held spiritual jades in their hands to recover their spiritual chi. Shortly after, the elders of the South Sect, North Sect, Pill Cauldron Sect, and Spirit Array Sect also arrived at the square. Following closely behind them were the Ghost Sect and the Demon Sect. 5 people from the Demon Sect entered, but only 4 arrived. Among them, 1 had a broken arm and 1 had a broken leg. Although the Ghost Sect did not have fewer people, their bodies were much more illusory than when they entered. One of them was at the 5th realm when they entered, but when he arrived, his aura was only at the 4th realm. The last to arrive were the subordinates of the 4 demon kings. Of the 5 subordinates of the Snake King, only 4 were left. Of the 5 subordinates of the Bear King, 1 had a broken arm, 1 had a deep wound on his chest, and the other 3 were covered in wounds. The blood that seeped out of their wounds was black. Of the 5 subordinates of the Panther King and the Wolf King, only 3 were left. Just this short distance was enough to see the difference in strength between the various factions. When the 6 sects of the Tao sect passed through the land of demon corpses, they did not suffer any losses at all. The Fiend sects only lost 1 demon while the 4 demon kings suffered heavy losses. Unknowingly, the fog in the square dissipated a little. Everyone's gazes were focused ahead. In the thin fog, an incomparably majestic palace stood in the middle of the square. Chapter 404. Only now did everyone realize that they were in a square in front of a palace. Huan Ji looked at the palace and muttered, "Demon Emperor Palace." Above Li Mu's head, the paper crane flapped its wings and slowly flew towards the palace, finally landing on the stone steps in front of the palace. All the Tao pages in this world came from the Tao scripture. The Fu Lu that Xian Jizi gave him contained the aura of the Tao pages and could sense the location of the other Tao pages. Obviously, the Tao page that Demon Emperor Bai Di once had was in this palace. The compass in the hands of an elder of the northern sect trembled a few times and pointed towards the palace. The people of the demon sect, as well as the subordinates of the various demon kings, looked at the palace shrouded in mist, a strange light flashing in their eyes. Everyone knew very well that their target this time was inside the palace. But no one acted rashly. In the short time that they had walked to the square, they had already suffered heavy losses. Who knew if there were any other dangers in this Demon Emperor Palace? No one was willing to take the first step. The first to move was the Spirit Array sect. Although the elders of the 6 Taoist sects had expended a lot of energy in the battle with the monster corpses, their overall strength had been preserved. This was also the foundation of the 6 Taoist sects that was different from the demon kings and the demon sects. In fact, any one of the 6 sects could easily destroy a branch of the demon sects. But compared to the entire demon sects, it was far inferior. Although the 6 sects combined could suppress the demon sects, they could not bear the losses of destroying them. The role of a 7th realm expert was no different from a nuclear bomb. The demon sects, the Taoist sects, the imperial court, and the Buddhist sects were all nuclear powers. No matter how deep the hatred between them was, they would not easily interfere in the war of the upper realms. If they could not control or destroy all the 7th realm experts in one go, they would have to be prepared to be destroyed together. Following the actions of the Spirit Array sect, after some consideration, the other forces followed behind them and slowly approached the palace. Although no one was willing to take the lead, if they stood here, the treasures would not fly out of the Demon Emperor Palace. When the time came, the Spirit Array sect would eat the meat, and they would not even be able to drink the soup. The fact that the Spirit Array sect didn't have any scruples meant that there was no array formation here. They didn't want to be trapped in an array formation after escaping from the monster corpse. Li Mu led the Imperial Court guardians and Fu Lu school students, but they did not walk at the front. He felt that something was not quite right. Whether it was the mist in the Demon Emperor's cave abode, the neat rows of stone steels around the Demon Emperor's palace, or the unnatural deaths of the ancient demon clan experts under the stone steels, everything was strange. As the group approached the demonic Emperor Palace, the thin layer of fog in the plaza gradually did not affect their vision. The full view of the Demon Imperial Palace appeared before everyone's eyes. This was a magnificent palace. In terms of size, it couldn't compare to the Great Zhou Imperial Palace, but this palace alone was more luxurious than any other palace in the Imperial Palace. Outside the palace, there were several white jade pillars carved with many reliefs. The reliefs depicted scenes of hundreds of Fae worshipping the Fae Imperial Palace. 3,000 years ago, the Demon Emperor Bai Di was a true demon sovereign. He had countless Fae soldiers under his command, and he had 10 great Fae kings, each of whom was a powerhouse in the upper realm. That was the time when the demon clan was the most powerful in the last 10,000 years. They were so powerful that even the human clan had to avoid them. In front of the Demon Emperor Palace, there was a huge statue. The statue was about 3 feet tall, and it was a mighty middle-aged man. He stood in front of the Demon Emperor Palace, overlooking the entire plaza. His body was full of an aura of disdain for the world. It was just a statue, but it made people want to submit to him from the bottom of their hearts. The elders of the 6 sects and the people of the demon path were better off. The subordinates of the 4 great Fey kings were all pale. They lowered their heads, and a look of submission appeared on their faces. In front of the former demon emperor, they couldn't bring up any thoughts of resistance. Li Mu looked at the statue of the demon emperor and only sighed in his heart. No matter how powerful his master was, he couldn't resist the invasion of time. 3,000 years had passed, and no matter how powerful his existence was, it was inevitable for him to return to dust. Li Mu always subconsciously felt that 3,000 years was very short, but thinking about it carefully, the Chinese civilization was only 5,000 years old. 3,000 years ago, the land of China was still the Western Zhou dynasty. At that time, King Wu had just conquered the Zhou dynasty. Suddenly, Li Mu felt that the Demon Emperor Palace in front of him was filled with an ancient aura. The Demon Emperor Palace's gate was wide open. Everyone finally stopped in front of the gate and didn't rush to go in. If the gate of the Demon Emperor Palace was closed, they might break in without hesitation. But as everyone knew, before the Demon Emperor's lifespan ended, he opened up his own cave and treated it as a tomb. Who would open their own tomb and welcome others in? Until they noticed that there was a stone tablet in front of the Demon Emperor Palace. After 3,000 years, spirit jades will lose their spiritual chi, pills will lose their medicinal efficacy, and magic weapons will also lose their spirituality. But a stone is still a stone. There were words engraved on the stone tablet, but they were still written in the demon clan's language, which Li Mu didn't understand. Huan Ji glanced at those words, and joy appeared in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. A bear demon couldn't help but murmur, "I cultivated for more than 300 years and traveled to the 10 continents and 3 islands. I obtained the heavenly tomes and spirit veins, and became a heavenly demon. I unified the demon clan and competed with the 6 sects. There were few who could match me, but in the end, I couldn't defeat the heavenly Tao and couldn't cultivate immortality." The elders of the 6 sects stood in front of the magnificent Demon Emperor Palace and listened to the last words of a powerful cultivator. Their faces were filled with confusion. Even the most powerful cultivators in the 9th realm only had a lifespan of about 300 years. They were now only at the 5th realm. If they couldn't advance to the 7th realm in a few decades, they would be like ordinary mortals and only be left with a pile of dirt in the end. Even the most powerful cultivators in the 9th realm were like this. What were they cultivating for? They were far away from the secular world and cultivated in seclusion. What was the point? It wasn't just the elders of the 6 sections. Even the demonic cultivators and Yao cultivators present were at a loss after hearing these words. To Li Mu, immortality was good, but if he couldn't live forever, it would still be a perfect life to be with the person he loved and grow old together. To an adult who couldn't cultivate, this was a realization that everyone had to have. Feeling the elders of the 6 sects suddenly become depressed, Li Mu said in a low voice, "Cultivate your Tao. Why do you care about others?" With the help of his dermic powers, this low voice directly exploded in everyone's ears. The elders of the 6 sects trembled, and their eyes quickly became clear. After regaining their senses, they felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Just now, they were almost confused by the White Emperor's lamentation before his death. The most difficult part of cultivation was the cultivation of the heart. Once their Tao heart was lost, it was easy for the inner demon to take advantage of it. At that time, stagnation or regression of cultivation would be the least of it. Once controlled by the inner demon, it was very likely that they would lose their minds and become the inner demon's puppet. At that time, their only outcome would be to be dealt with by their peers to prevent them from bringing disaster to the world. Including the disciples of the Fulu school, the elders of the 6 sects bowed to him and said gratefully, "Thank you, martial uncle." If it was before, they were still dissatisfied with this young martial uncle of the Fulu school, then the loud shout just now made them completely treat this young martial uncle as a senior of the sect. When they encountered problems in cultivation, he pointed out the direction for them. This was something that a senior of the sect would do. His words just now were like pouring water on their heads, waking them up from their confusion. A few of the imperial consecrators also broke out in cold sweat. They bowed and said, "Thank you, Lord Li." The subordinates of the 4 great demon kings all clasped their fists to Li Mu. Those who only had one arm and couldn't clasp their fists also bowed to him. The kindness of guiding one's cultivation was a great kindness. Even if they were demons, they understood this principle. Huan Ji, who came back to her senses, looked at Li Mu in a daze. Her gaze became a little complicated. Standing in front of the cave abode of the demon clan cultivator from 3,000 years ago and listening to the lamentation of the ninth realm cultivator before his death, even she was disturbed. If no one enlightened her, her future cultivation path would be greatly affected. What made her feel conflicted was that she and Li Mu were enemies, but Li Mu had just helped her greatly. It was not the tradition of the Celestial Fox clan to only take revenge and not repay the kindness. But how should she take revenge and repay the kindness? Huan Ji finally gritted her teeth. The Celestial Fox clan clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. Everything had to be done according to first come, first served. Even if she wanted to repay the kindness, it would be after she had taken her revenge. After everyone regained their senses, Li Mu continued to look at the bear demon and said, "What else did the demon king say?" Before the bear demon could speak, Huan Ji interrupted and said, "The demon king said that after he died, the treasures of the demon palace and the page of the heavenly book would be left to the fated person who entered the cave abode. He hoped that the fated person who received his inheritance would be able to revitalize the demon clan again." Li Mu looked at her and asked, "Really?" Huan Ji looked at him coldly and said, "Why would I lie to you?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't believe it." He looked at the bear demon and asked again, "What else did the demon king say?" The bear demon said, "She is right. The demon king is dead. He left the demon palace and the treasures inside to the fated person who came later." At this point, there was an explanation for why the demon palace was not closed. Even though the demon king was dead, he still remembered the demon clan and left the demon palace to his descendants. Immediately, all the demon clan members present felt deep respect for him. This was the true demon king. Li Mu looked at the stone tablet and was puzzled. If Emperor Bai wanted to pass down his demon legacy, why didn't he do it back then? Why did he have to wait 3,000 years? No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. However, seeing the group of demon clan members looking at the demon palace with reverence, almost kneeling down to thank it, Li Mu did not question it. He did not expect these one-track-minded demon clan members to understand these things. However, in his heart, he raised his guard by a few degrees. Huan Ji walked in front of the stone tablet and looked at Li Mu and the others. She said, "You can't go in." Li Mu glanced at her and asked, "Why?" Huan Ji puffed out her chest and said confidently, "Didn't you see what is written on the stone tablet? The demon king wants to pass down the demon palace to the demon clan. Why are you humans here?" Li Mu crossed his arms and said, "Anyway, we don't know the demon language. Maybe you all colluded to lie to us. Also, humans and demons are both creatures of the world. Humans are born by their mothers, demons are also born by their mothers. No one is more noble than the other. Why can you all enter but we can't?" Huan Ji's lips moved. She was speechless at Li Mu's words. Actually, from the bottom of her heart, she quite liked what Li Mu said. Humans were the leader of all creatures. They were the noblest race. In comparison, the demon clan was a lower race in their eyes. Many cultivators slaughtered the demon clan and took their souls. They were not guilty of anything. Even the demon clan did not deny the status of humans as the leader of all creatures. They tried so hard to cultivate a human form and become human. Wasn't that an implicit acknowledgement of this? Humans were born by their mothers, demons were also born by their mothers. No one is more noble than the other. This was the first time she heard a human say this. If Li Mu was not her enemy and did not fight with her for the demon king's treasure, just based on what he said, she would become friends with him. Unfortunately, he was from the great Zhou court. They were destined to be enemies. Huan Ji sneered, "The demon king's inheritance is for us demons. You humans also want to fight for it. Do you have any shame?" Li Mu retorted, "The demon king said that it was a fated person, not a fated demon. What face do you have to fight for it?" Huan Ji said, "You are twisting words and forcing logic." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Don't say anything. why don't we fight? Whoever wins will go in, Li Mu and Huan Ji argued. They realized that the demon sect and the 4 demon king subordinates had already entered the demon palace. These damn demons did not care about martial ethics. Li Mu and Huan Ji looked at each other and immediately came to an agreement. Humph. Humph. The two of them snorted coldly at the same time. They turned around and led their own people in. At the same time, on the first floor of the demon palace, the demons that had just walked in exclaimed at the same time. The consciousness opening pill that helps beasts gain intelligence. The body shaping pill that allows them to form a demon body. The body shaping pill that allows body shaping beasts to transform in advance. This kind of pill can increase the chances of transforming into a demon core. This is the realm breaking pill that allows level 5 demons to enter level 6. With the fall of the demon king, weren't these pills lost long ago? Li Mu looked into the hall and saw a row of wooden shelves. On the wooden shelves, there were crystal clear jade bottles. From the outside, he could see that there were many pills in the jade bottles. On the surface of the pills, there was spirit chi circulating. No pill could be preserved for 3,000 years. These pills had not lost their spirit chi until now. It must be because of these jade bottles. These crystal clear pill bottles sealed the spirit chi of the pills. In front of each pill bottle, there was an introduction in demon language. Although Li Mu did not understand demon language, he could roughly understand the importance of these pills to the demon clan from the discussions of the demons. These rows of pills, from the consciousness opening pill to the realm breaking pill, could provide a one-stop service. In 10 to 20 years, a large group of demon clan experts could be created. From a wild beast to a level 6 demon king, it might only take 30 years. The Elixir Cauldron sect could also achieve this speed. However, the difficulty of refining pills like the realm-breaking pill was no less than getting the Fulu school to draw a sage-level Fulu without Li Mu. Even so, to be able to create a level 5 demon clan expert in 20 years was already very fast. It was no wonder that the demon clan was so powerful when Emperor Bai was the demon king, but then gradually declined. At the very least, he did not pass down this set of refining pills for the demon clan. Other than the elders of the Elixir Cauldron sect who looked at these pills with interest, the rest of the people did not pay much attention to them after a glance. No matter how strong these pills were, they were for the demon clan. There were still differences between the bodies of humans and the demon clan. Pills that were highly nutritious for the demon clan might be fatal for humans. However, to the demons present, these pills were fatally tempting. The demons present were all level 5 demons. A few of them were even at the peak of level 5. As long as they could obtain that realm-breaking pill, they would have a high chance of reaching level 6 and becoming a demon king. Which demon could resist such temptation? Unfortunately, there was only one realm-breaking pill, but there were 20 demon clan experts present. A wolf demon was the fastest. It stretched out its claws and went straight for the realm-breaking pill bottle. A few rays of cold light flashed in the air. Another tiger claw appeared. Its target was not the realm-breaking pill, but the wolf demon's back. The wolf demon was caught off guard. Its back was hit by the claw, and its skin immediately split open. Blood spurted out, and the wound was so deep that its bones could be seen. It let out a howl and glared at a tiger demon from the demon sect. That tiger demon greedily licked the blood on its claw and grinned. "You didn't even ask us. Isn't that too much?" The injured wolf demon stood with its 2 companions. 3 figures also stood out from behind the tiger demon. After passing through the land of demon corpses, the wolf demon had lost 2 while the demon sect had lost 1. They did not have the upper hand against the demon sect. At the same time, the snake demon clan, leopard demon clan, and bear demon clan were also eyeing covetously from the side. The realm-breaking pill was fatally tempting to all the demons here. The tiger demon scanned the demons and said coldly, "Whoever dares to touch this pill will be going against the demon sect and the demon sect." He used the demon sect to suppress the demons and strode toward the wooden shelf where the realm-breaking pill was placed. However, when he reached out with his tiger claw, a whip wrapped around his wrist. A snake demon held a long whip and pulled the tiger demon's arm. It said coldly, "The demon country is not the territory of the demon sect. If you want this pill, why don't you show some real skills?" After saying that, he looked at the 5 bear demons and said, "Black Blind, let's get this pill together. After we get out, no matter who gets this pill in the end, we have to compensate the other party. What do you think?" The 5 bear demons did not say anything. They stood together with the 4 snake demons and formed a temporary alliance. Seeing this, the wolf demon and the leopard demon, who were left with only 3 demons, also stood side by side. At a certain moment, someone made the first move. The demon sect, the leopard-wolf alliance, and the snake-bear alliance were fighting over a realm-breaking pill. These demons used their sharp claws and teeth the best. The snake demon clan mainly used demon arts and poison attacks, causing the entire first floor of the hall to be filled with a foul atmosphere. Limu and the rest were not interested in the demon clan's pills on the first floor. They flew up to the second floor. On the second floor of the demon palace, there were many treasures. They were all sealed in special jade boxes and their spirituality was not reduced. In addition, at the center of the second floor, there was a small jade bottle. There was nothing in the jade bottle, as if there was nothing inside. However, no matter if it was Huan Ji or the elders of the 6 sects, they all rushed towards the jade bottle as soon as they stepped into the second floor. Feeling the buzzing sound in his ears, Limu raised his head and said calmly, "I want this bottle." Who agrees and who disagrees? After he said that, the elders of the 6 sects paused and slowly retreated. Huan Ji's hand was already stretched out. When she heard Limu's words, she turned around and looked at him. She stomped her feet and retracted her hand. She gritted her teeth and said, "Now, I don't owe you anything." Limu knew that he had saved Huan Ji once outside the demon palace. From her words and actions, Huan Ji was most likely from the Heavenly Fox clan. Therefore, she had to repay him for waking her up outside the hall. However, she wanted to use this jade bottle to exchange for her thoughts. Limu would not let her have her way. This was originally his. She did not need to give it to him. Limu looked at her and said, "You can object." Anger appeared in Huan Ji's eyes. She grabbed the jade bottle. Limu crossed his arms and said to the elders of the 6 sects and the consecrators, "Snatch it." Chapter 405. Huan Ji held the jade bottle in her hand. 9 people from the Charm sect and the Mirage sect guarded her. On Limu's side, 4 imperial consecrators and 5 Fulu school disciples had already surrounded the 2 sides. After the 5 sect elders looked at each other, they quickly made a decision and looked at Huan Ji. Huan Ji's side felt the pressure increase. Including Huan Ji herself, they only had 10 people here. On the other side, there were 35 people including the consecrators from the Great Show. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. They couldn't even fight. Limu looked at Huan Ji and comforted her, "Look, we have more people than you. If we really fight, some of you will die. At that time, you won't be able to keep the item in your hand. Why don't you give it to me now? We won't have to fight. Wouldn't you be wasting your lives?" The 9 people from the Charm sect and the Mirage sect hesitated. Although Limu's words were shameless, they were the truth. If they gave it to him, the jade bottle would fall into his hands. If they didn't give it to him, after these people killed them, the jade bottle would still fall into his hands. Since the outcome was already decided, why not just give it to him? Huan Ji's face darkened. She threw the jade bottle to Limu and gritted her teeth. She said hatefully, "You're not human." Limu kept the jade bottle and looked at her. He shook his head and said, "Between the 2 of us, I don't know who's not human." "Don't you know?" Huan Ji was furious. She didn't want to talk to Limu. She gritted her teeth and said, "Call those brainless people up." The 2 went down the first level. Soon, the Demon Sect and Demon King subordinates flew up. When they saw the Realm Breaker pill, they were like cats that smelled blood. They forgot their real purpose in entering the Demon Emperor's cave. That one page of the heavenly book was much more important than the realm breaker pill. At this moment, they were in a worse state than when they were attacked by the demon corpse. One of the 3 demon wolves had lost its body. Only its demon soul was left. One of the 3 demon leopards had lost its body. Unlike humans who cultivated their primordial spirit, demons' strength would be greatly reduced if they lost their physical bodies. They were basically crippled. Of the 4 snake demons, 2 of them were beaten back to their original forms. Their tails couldn't transform into legs. Of the 5 bear demons, 2 of them could only exist as giant bears. As for the 4 demons of the demon sect, one of them had turned into a white tiger. The other 3 were covered in wounds and their auras were weak. All the demons told themselves in their hearts that the heavenly tomes were more important than the realm breaker pill. When they looked around and saw the Dharma treasures on the 2nd level of the demon imperial palace, their eyes lit up and they were eager to try. Limu shook his head. No wonder the monster sect was the one that was looked down upon the most amongst the 10 demonic path sections. After all, they weren't humans. Sometimes, when they did things, they had to rely on their beastly instincts. If he interacted more with humans, this situation might change. If he stayed in the demon kingdom and lived with the thoughts of beasts and demons, compared to a cunning fox like Phantom Princess, he was indeed lacking in wisdom. Phantom Princess looked at the green eyes of the demons with a helpless expression. She then said, "Stop looking, let's go to the 3rd level." If not for Limu and the 6 sects of Taoism, it would be easy to obtain the treasures from these demons. Now, she had to borrow their strength to fight against Limu and the 6 sects of Taoism. Her words awakened the demons in their dreams. All the demons were awakened by Phantom Princess and followed her to the 3rd level of the Demon Imperial Palace. The 3rd level was the top level of the Demon Imperial Palace. This should be the place that Fu Lu was referring to. Different from the first 2 levels, the 3rd level of the Demon Imperial Palace only had a platform made of white jade. The jade platform was half the height of a person. A page that Limu was familiar with floated on top of the jade platform. The moment they saw the page, many of them revealed a look of desire. However, none of them made a move. Everyone's goal was this page of the heavenly tomes. The first to make a move would definitely become the target of everyone. Therefore, the moment they saw the treasure, everyone quietened down. After a short moment of silence, Phantom Princess suddenly looked at the demons and said, "Everyone, this is the Demon Emperor's cave residence. This heavenly tomes are also the heavenly tomes of the demons. We cannot let it fall into the hands of humans. After we obtain this page of the heavenly tomes, we can comprehend it together." After Phantom Princess finished speaking, the demons fell into deep thought. With the 6 sects of Taoism around, it was impossible for them to obtain the heavenly tomes. If the demon sect obtained it, they might have a chance to comprehend it. If it fell into the hands of humans, they would lose this page of the heavenly tomes forever. At this moment, the forces that represented different interests came to an agreement without any discussion. From then on, the Demon Imperial Palace was completely divided into 2 forces. One was the 6 sects of Taoism led by Limu. The other was the alliance of the 4 sects of demonic Tao and the 4 great demon kings. Originally, the 2 forces were evenly matched. The elders of the 6 sects of Taoism were individually strong while the alliance of the demonic Tao and the demon kings had more people. However, after the attacks of the demonic corpses, their strength was greatly reduced. If they were to fight to the death, they might not be a match for Limu. However, at this point, they had no other choice. The fact that these demons would form an alliance was not out of Limu's expectations. After all, the Demon Emperor was the emperor of the demon race. What was recorded on the Tao page was also the cultivation path of the demon race. To them, the imperial court and the Taoist sects were robbers who came to snatch what belonged to the demon race. However, this time, Limu did not want to be a robber. He had no choice. After all, if the Tao page was obtained by the demon race or fell into the hands of the demon sect, they would be able to cultivate more powerful cultivators for them. In the near future, they would become a major threat to the Great Show. In that case, Li Mu's dream of conquering the demon nation and destroying the demon sect would be delayed indefinitely. The demon race and the demon sect did not want them to obtain the heavenly tomes. They also did not want the demon race and the demon sect to obtain the Tao page. On the third floor of the demon imperial palace, the atmosphere was extremely tense. A great battle was about to break out. After a long period of silence, a figure shot out from the demon sect's position and headed in the direction of the heavenly tomes. At the south sect's position, an elder's body turned into an afterimage as he tried to stop the demon. In the next moment, everyone moved. The entire third floor of the demon imperial palace erupted with dozens of waves of dermic power at the same time. After dealing with the countless demon corpses, the fulu, elixirs, formation flags, and one-time use dermic treasures in everyone's hands were all used up. Even the zero jade was not much left. Among the 6 Taoist sects, the Fulu school, the Elixir Cauldron sect, and the Spirit Array sect needed to rely on external items. Their strength was greatly reduced and they could only deal with the slightly weaker subordinates of the Demon King. Elder Xuanzong used his own dermic powers to cast dermic powers. The South sect used their dermic powers for close combat. The North sect relied on the defense of their treasured robes and dermic treasures to suppress the 4 demonic sects. Holding 2 short swords in her hands, Huan Ji gritted her teeth and flew towards Li Mu alone. When he was still in the 4th realm, Li Mu was already able to suppress Huan Ji. Now, his cultivation was not much weaker than Huan Ji's. However, in a space without spiritual qi and without the power of heaven and earth, he could not use his Tao techniques and his strength was also reduced. Even so, he could deal with Huan Ji with ease. The consecrators and the elders of the 6 sects were also suppressing their opponents. They were originally senior elders carefully selected by the various sects and their strength was at the peak of the 5th realm. The consecrators of the imperial court were also the elites of the elites that Li Mu picked out from the consecrators department. On the other hand, although the demons and demonic sects were also in the 5th realm, most of them were not at the peak. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before his side won. What worried Li Mu was that everyone's fulu and elixirs had long been used up. There were not many spiritual jades left. Right now, the battle was using up the spiritual energy in their bodies. If their spiritual energy was used up, they would not be much stronger than normal people and would not be able to deal with any other changes. For the demons, even if their spiritual energy was used up, they still had their bodies. Their super recovery ability and endurance were one of the advantages of monsters in the first place. The subordinates of the Demon King were already heavily injured and their wounds were still bleeding. However, they were still able to fight back and forth with the elders. Although these demons were not very intelligent, when they fought with their lives on the line, it was still a headache. Huan Ji was also fighting with her life on the line. She held 2 short swords and attacked Li Mu without any regard for her life. Her face was filled with hatred. Those who did not know would think that Li Mu had abandoned her. Although Li Mu could easily deal with Huan Ji, he could not withstand her desperate attacks and his spiritual energy was quickly depleting. This could not go on. Li Mu was thinking of a solution. He looked around and when he saw a battle, his eyes narrowed. It was this moment of absent-mindedness that allowed Huan Ji to find his weakness. She stabbed her sword towards Li Mu's chest. However, she hesitated for a moment before stabbing towards his shoulder. Li Mu came back to his senses and stretched out his right hand. He grabbed her wrist that was holding the sword and frowned. Something is wrong. Huan Ji flung his hand away and stabbed her sword again. She said angrily, "You can get distracted during a battle." "Damn it, you actually looked down on me." Li Mu grabbed her wrist again and used his other hand to hit her head. He said in a low voice, "Stupid fox, haven't you noticed that something is wrong?" Huan Ji's other hand held her sword and slashed towards Li Mu's neck. She was extremely angry. "You dare to call me a stupid fox, I will kill you." Li Mu grabbed her other wrist and said in a low voice, "Look." Huan Ji's face was filled with anger. She struggled a few times and inadvertently looked into Li Mu's eyes. She saw the seriousness in his eyes and was shocked. She asked, "What are you looking at?" Li Mu looked at the white jade ground and muttered, "Where is the blood?" Huan Ji followed his gaze and saw a bear demon fighting with a Fulu school elder. He had lost an arm earlier and blood was still flowing out from his broken arm. However, when the blood fell on the ground, it immediately seeped into the ground and disappeared without a trace. This strange situation caused Huan Ji's body to tremble. She said with a trembling voice, Why is it like this?" Li Mu also did not know the reason. However, his intuition told him that he could not stay here for long. He flew down and said, "Leave this place." Rumble, Li Mu, who had just flown to the first floor of the Demon Emperor Palace, raised his head and saw the door of the Demon Emperor Palace close. P.S. Recently, I have been writing until night time. My fingers are in pain as if they are being pricked by needles. I couldn't bear writing half of this chapter. I used my phone to type in the other half. There might be mistakes. Chapter 406. The gate of the Demon Emperor Palace was closed. The entire first floor was eerily silent. At the end of the hall, there seemed to be something that made Li Mu's hair stand on end. Li Mu tried to open the gate of the Demon Emperor Palace. However, he realized that even if he used the great strength technique, he could not move the gate at all. He tried a few more spells but to no avail. In order to conserve his magic power, Li Mu quickly gave up on trying. At this moment, Illusion Princess had already flown to his side. She looked at the tightly shut gate of the Demon Emperor Palace and asked in shock, "Why is the gate here closed?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "When I came down, the gate closed by itself." Illusion Princess went forward and tried to push it a few times. However, the stone gate was extremely thick. After it closed, it became one with the Demon Emperor Palace. It was not something that could be moved with brute force. Illusion Princess was still trying. Li Mu said indifferently, "Save it. Save some magic power. Who knows what will happen later." Illusion Princess looked back at him and said coldly, "It's none of your business." Li Mu was too lazy to care about her. The life and death of this demonic which had nothing to do with him. However, everyone was trapped in this strange Demon Emperor Palace. They were like grasshoppers on a rope. Preserving her strength was the same as preserving his own strength. Although Illusion Princess had a bad attitude towards Li Mu, compared to those demons, she was clearly smarter. After Li Mu's reminder, she did not try to open the gate again. In this short period of time, everyone in the chaotic battle realized that something was wrong and stopped. What's going on? Why is the gate here closed? Who did it? Li Mu looked at the consecrators and elders of the 6 sects and said, "Everyone, look around. See if there are any other exits." 10 people in a group. Do not scatter. Illusion Princess also ordered the demonic cultivators to look for other exits. At this moment, everyone realized that the entire Demon Emperor Palace only had one exit. There were no windows on the 3 floors. The reason why the hall was so bright was because of the glowing pearl on the ceiling. What is this? A woman from Meizong's sect could not help but exclaim when she saw something on the ground in the hall on the first floor. Everyone looked over and saw the corpse of a giant wolf. In the battle earlier, a wolf demon and a leopard demon had lost their physical bodies, leaving only their demon souls behind. At this moment, their demon bodies had lost all their flesh and blood for some unknown reason. They had turned into dried corpses that were only skin and bones. They looked ferocious and terrifying. To the people in the hall, the dried corpses and zombies were not scary. What was scary was that they did not know the reason why the 2 demonic corpses had become like this. The unknown was always the scariest. Not only did the 2 demonic corpses change, even the bloodstains on the ground disappeared without a trace. At this time, the Fulu school elders and a few consecrators of the imperial court were looking for an exit. They had already reached the back of the palace hall. One of the consecrators raised his head and looked. He couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? Behind the wooden shelves was a blood-red coffin. The coffin was 1 zhang long and half a zhang wide. It was completely blood-colored, and as soon as Zhang Xian walked in, the stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Because it was hidden behind the wooden shelves, no one had noticed it earlier. Soon, the crowd gathered around him. Why is there a coffin here? Could it be that the Lord Demon Emperor is inside this coffin? But why is the coffin blood-colored? Could it be that all the flesh and blood here has been absorbed by this coffin? As everyone surrounded the coffin and discussed endlessly, Limu silently retreated to the back of the crowd. In the next moment, a weak golden light flew out from the third floor of the palace hall and flew into Limu's sleeve without anyone noticing. Then, he raised his head and looked at the coffin in front of him. This coffin was full of oddities. It could even actively absorb the blood of the Demon Emperor Palace. Limu wouldn't believe that this was a normal situation even if he was beaten to death. Thinking of the resurrected demonic corpses outside, Limu suddenly had a bold guess. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, the blood-colored coffin suddenly shone with a bright red light and exploded with a strong suction force. The two demonic bears closest to the coffin were almost sucked into it. They had to use all their strength to stabilize their bodies. However, the two demonic wolves and leopard demonic beasts that didn't have their demonic bodies and only had their demonic souls left were not so lucky. They were sucked into the blood coffin along with the ghost cultivator from the soul sect whose cultivation had dropped. After their souls touched the blood coffin, they entered it without any hindrance. Then, the suction force on the blood coffin disappeared and there was no more sound from the coffin. However, the blood-colored coffin was rapidly fading away. Soon, the entire coffin became sparkling and translucent like jade. However, it was even more terrifying in the hearts of the crowd. Seeing this strange scene with their own eyes, everyone quickly retreated, wanting to get as far away from the stone coffin as possible. Creak, an ear-piercing sound of rubbing stones suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The lid of the stone coffin slid down little by little. When it was halfway down, it suddenly flew to one side. A figure flew out from the stone coffin and floated above the stone coffin. That figure was very tall, but not burly. In fact, it was just a layer of skin wrapped around bones. His eye sockets were sunken, and his eyeballs were withered. The few strands of hair on his head even looked a little comical. However, none of the people present were able to laugh. This was because its body was emitting a strong corpse aura. It was stronger than any of the demonic corpses they had encountered along the way. Limu cursed in his heart when he sensed the powerful aura on this corpse. If this corpse that suddenly jumped out didn't have a cultivation level above the 6th realm, he would have chopped its head off and kicked it like a ball. Who said that this space couldn't have 6th realm cultivators? Wasn't this a scam? F***ck her, then, he remembered that it was the Empress who had said that. He silently swallowed the words he was about to say. After the zombie in the coffin flew out of the stone coffin, it quietly floated in the air, looking a little dazed. A zombie that had just been formed didn't have any spiritual intelligence. It only had instincts. After floating quietly for a moment, its nose suddenly twitched a few times. Even if it didn't have any spiritual intelligence, it instinctively sensed that there was something it needed here. It inhaled sharply again. A wolf demon and a leopard demon suddenly flew forward. After a moment of shock, the two demons roared angrily. Their bodies suddenly changed. One turned into a human with a wolf's head and the other a leopard's head. Their arms also became several times thicker. Hair as hard as steel needles grew. Sharp claws that could cut through metal and stone pierced towards the zombie's chest and head. Clang! Clang! Their claws collided with the zombie's body. Immediately, sparks flew. After two crisp sounds, the two demons' sharp nails broke and their claws bent. The zombie grabbed their necks and flew back into the coffin. The coffin lid automatically flew up and closed. This scene seemed to take a long time, but it was actually just a short moment. It wasn't until the two demons were caught into the coffin that everyone in the hall finally reacted. At this moment, whether it was the Tao sect or the demon sect, all the demons took out their Dharma treasures and cast spells to attack the stone coffin. Although there were still grudges and disputes between them, the most important thing now was to destroy this powerful demon corpse. However, no one knew what material the stone coffin was made of. Under the attacks of the Dharma treasures, only shallow scratches were left on it. All kinds of spells couldn't cause too much damage to it. After the stone coffin shook for a while, the lid flew out again. The wolf demon and leopard demon were also thrown out. At this moment, their bodies were all skin and bones. Their flesh and blood had disappeared. Even their demon souls were gone. The zombie flew out of the coffin again. At this moment, his skin was more lustrous than before. His eyes were also more lively than before. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking. This scene shocked everyone. It took a long time for a zombie to develop spiritual intelligence. It was the same for the corpse of a powerhouse. No matter what realm a powerhouse was in, their spirit was entrusted to their soul. When the primordial spirit dissipated, what was left was only a body. Even if the body became a spirit, it didn't have the original memories. This zombie actually gained the ability to think in such a short period of time. Perhaps it had something to do with the few souls he devoured. What made them even more shocked was that after devouring 2 more demons, there seemed to be some flesh and blood on the zombie's body. Its figure also became taller and more imposing. It looked extremely similar to the huge statue at the entrance of the demon palace. Everyone could not help but have a crazy thought in their minds. Could this zombie be the corpse of a demon emperor? P.S. My hand still hurts. I'll have to get used to writing with my voice for a while. Chapter 407. On the first floor of the demon palace. The zombie's eyes were already moving. It scanned the crowd, emitting a bloodthirsty aura. Li Mu had seen many zombies. From walking zombies, jumping zombies, to flying zombies, he had fought many of them. The one in front of him was undoubtedly the strongest zombie he had ever seen. After 3,000 years, the corpse was already at the 6th realm when it had just become a corpse. How powerful must the owner of this corpse have been when he was alive? Li Mu was already suspecting whether this was the corpse of the demon emperor by D. At that time, he did not dare to confirm. After all, most cultivators would not leave behind a corpse after death. Before their lifespan ended, most of them would choose to self-destruct and return everything to the dust. Although the physical body could still exist after the spirit dissipated, it was already a different creature from the original body. Once it became a corpse, it would bring disaster to the human world. When people died and destroyed their corpses, they were responsible for others, and also responsible for themselves. How could the demon emperor not understand this principle? However, after this corpse swallowed the 2 5th-level demons, its body became plump, and it vaguely resembled a human. Its face was vaguely recognizable, and it looked similar to the statues outside the demon emperor palace. Li Mu had no choice but to believe it. The demon corpses outside the demon palace and the corpses in the stone coffins inside the palace all proved this point. Li Mu even suspected that the demon corpses were purposely left behind by someone. His goal was to deplete the spiritual power of those who entered here. In fact, to clear the demon corpses, their fulu, elixirs, and spiritual jades were almost depleted. The great battle in the demon palace had also depleted much of their spiritual power. Now that he thought about it, the treasures placed in the demonic emperor palace were more like bait than the inheritance that the white emperor had given to the younger generation of the demonic emperor. They were tempted to kill each other so that the stone coffin would absorb their flesh and blood and awaken the sleeping corpses. If everything was as Li Mu guessed, then Emperor Bai was not a great demon with a demon heart, but an old silver coin from 3,000 years ago. Li Mu could not understand what Emperor Bai was after. Even if his corpse was resurrected, it wouldn't be him anymore. He had sacrificed so many of his subordinates to set up such a trap. What good would it do him? The demon race respected him as the demon emperor. For the past 3,000 years, they had been searching for his cave. However, after they went through all kinds of hardships and entered the demon emperor's cave, they met a group of dumplings the moment they landed. In the demon emperor's palace, there was even a super invincible dumpling waiting for them. This was a method of harming others without benefiting oneself. Anyone with a little bit of humanity and demonic nature would not do such a thing. All kinds of evidence proved that Demon Emperor Bai Di was most likely a lunatic with an antisocial personality. No matter how powerful he was when he was alive, he was now just a corpse without any humanity. After tasting flesh and blood, his ferocious nature was aroused. He let out a low roar and disappeared on the spot. Bang! A bear demon lowered his head and looked at his chest. A skinny claw reached out from his chest and grabbed a beating heart. The corpse only took a light breath, and this bear demon's blood essence and demon's soul were sucked into his mouth. The remaining demons and demon sect members started to attack the gate of the demon emperor's palace frantically. In this small demon emperor's palace, they were like turtles in a jar. Sooner or later, they would become food for this demon corpse. This corpse was too powerful. Fifth realm demons could not fight back at all in his hands and had their souls and blood essence sucked away. If they continued to be trapped here, they would soon meet the same end. A few of the imperial court's high priests and disciples of the six sects gathered around Li Mu. Although a sixth realm demon was powerful, he was just a corpse and could not be a match for everyone here. However, this demon emperor's palace was too small and could not be used fully. It would be easy for this corpse to kill them one by one. If he hid in the coffin again, so many people could not do anything to him. They had to think of a way to escape first. Li Mu said decisively to everyone, attack this gate with all your might. Although everyone had tried to attack together just now, they were not forced to such an extent. Everyone was scheming against each other and did not want to expend too much of their magic power. Once their magic power was exhausted, all their previous efforts would easily go to others. However, things were different now. If they did not do their best now, they would lose their lives later. Regardless of whether it was the demons or the demon sect, they were all attacking this gate with all their might. Rumble, under the full attack of dozens of fifth realm powerhouses, the tightly shut gate of the demon emperor's palace finally shook. Dozens of brilliant spells flashed. A golden light flew out from Li Mu's sleeve and crashed into the gate of the demon emperor's palace. Rumble. The two gates of the demon emperor's palace collapsed. As if they had seen the dawn of hope, everyone in the palace flew out of the palace and came to the square in front of the demon emperor's palace. At this moment, the zombie in the demon emperor's palace had also finished absorbing the blood essence and soul of the bear demon. At this moment, his skin was even more lustrous. He no longer looked like a bag of bones, and his body had also become more plump. He licked his white fangs, and the bloodthirst in his eyes became even more intense. He slowly flew out of the palace. On the square, the various forces did not have a prior agreement. However, they all had a tacit understanding to work together to kill this zombie. As soon as the zombie flew out, dozens of magical lights landed on its body. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the six sects, the demon sect, or the subordinates of the demon kings, they all only had one goal. Kill this zombie. Unfortunately, along the way, their fulu, elixirs, formation flags, and other powerful one-time use treasures had long been used up on those demon corpses. After the battle in the demon emperor's palace and the destruction of the gate, most of the magic power in their bodies had been used up. The power of the spells that they could use now was also weakened by more than half. Even so, the simultaneous attack of dozens of fifth realm powerhouses had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The zombie's body was instantly covered by the light of the dozens of spells. Even if everyone's dermic powers were almost depleted, even if the power of their dermic spells was not as strong as before, even if the demonic corpse had the strength of a sixth realm cultivator, when dozens of fifth realm cultivators joined forces, even a true sixth realm cultivator would have to retreat. Boom! The ground shook violently. The aftershock of the spells caused everyone to take a few steps back. When the dust settled, the zombie's clothes had already been torn into shreds. He leaned against the stone tablet in front of the demon emperor's palace. His aura was extremely weak, and there was not much corpse aura left on his body. Even an ordinary sixth realm powerhouse would have a high chance of dying after receiving such an attack. However, this zombie still had a breath of life left. However, there was nothing to be afraid of. At this moment, a bear demon finally could not hold it in any longer. He roared and charged forward. He said furiously, "Give me back my brother's life." Suddenly, a beam of light flashed across the huge statue at the entrance of the demon emperor's palace. A blinding ball of light flew out from the statue and rapidly flew into the zombie's body. The bear demon's expression changed, and he stopped abruptly in his tracks. However, after the ball of light flew into the zombie's body, there were no obvious changes to him. His eyes, which were already somewhat lively, fell into confusion instead. The bear demon gritted his teeth and raised a huge wolf fang club in his hand. He smashed it viciously at the zombie's head. However, in the next instant, he lowered his head and looked on helplessly as a withered hand pierced through his chest and ruthlessly crushed his still-beating heart. The bear demon's blood essence and demon's soul were sucked into the zombie's mouth. This scene shocked the others who were watching from afar. The group's combined attack just now could even kill a sixth realm powerhouse. What kind of divine being was this zombie? It clearly only had a breath of life left, but it could still kill the bear demon in such a way. At this moment, everyone even felt that it was impossible to defeat this zombie. The only remaining wolf demon was already on the verge of breaking down. He looked at the zombie from afar and said in a trembling voice, "What kind of thing are you?" After the zombie swallowed the bear demon's blood essence and soul, his flesh and blood grew a little. He already looked somewhat like a human. The confusion in his eyes gradually disappeared. He stood in front of the Demon Emperor's palace and spoke for the first time. "I am Emperor Bai." Chapter 408. Everyone turned pale with fright at the zombie's words. The White Emperor was the sovereign of the demon race. He had passed down the teachings of the demon race and led the demon race to greater heights. He was the faith of many demon races. How could he be a demon that slaughtered them? The demon race could not believe it and could not accept it. Li Mu looked at the zombie with a puzzled expression. A zombie that had just gained consciousness was a new entity. It did not have any memories, nor did it know any language. It needed some time to learn before it could communicate with others. For example, Su-hee's corpse. When she was born, she could only sense the connection with Su-hee and still acted on instinct. Her true intelligence was not much higher than a 3-year-old child's, and she did not know any language. She still needed to observe and learn in the future. Under normal circumstances, this demon race would not know about the White Emperor, much less have such clear thoughts. Thinking of the ball of light that flew out of the statue, Li Mu's eyes narrowed. He asked, "You obtained the White Emperor's memories?" The zombie did not seem to be afraid to talk about this with Li Mu. It nodded. "You are very smart." For a moment, Li Mu didn't know what was in front of him. If he said he was the Demon Emperor White Emperor, he had already fallen 3,000 years ago. The zombie in front of him only had the White Emperor's body and memories. It was not the White Emperor from 3,000 years ago. But if he said he was not the White Emperor, his body was the White Emperor's body, and his memories were also the White Emperor's memories. If this was not the White Emperor, then who was? Li Mu felt that he had encountered a philosophical problem. When a person died and their memories were transplanted to a new body, was it a new life or a continuation of the original life? No, impossible. The Demon Emperor died long ago. You can't be the Demon Emperor. Don't think you can fool us. Although the Demon Emperor was powerful, he could not have lived for more than 3,000 years. If Li Mu was having a headache, the demon race present were already going crazy. How could they accept the rebirth of the Demon Emperor from 3,000 years ago and the massacre of the Demon Clan? After the ball of light entered his body, the bloodthirsty aura disappeared from the zombie's body. After hearing the words of the demons, he was silent for a moment before muttering, "So it has already been 3,000 years." After saying this, he once again fell into a long silence. Li Mu could understand his feelings. This zombie had just been born. Although it already had self-awareness, it was a blank consciousness. After he had obtained Emperor Bai's memories, the emptiness in his consciousness had been filled by Emperor Bai's memories and experiences. His body and memories were all Emperor Bai's. In a way, he was Emperor Bai. However, Emperor Bai's memories were just memories. Memories had no consciousness, and he could not feel the passage of time. To the zombie that believed itself to be the White Emperor, this meant that it had only slept for a short while. When it opened its eyes, 3,000 years had already passed. Normal people might not be able to accept such a reality. Emperor Bai was indeed the demon emperor. He had once been a supreme expert. After a short moment of confusion, his eyes regained clarity and his expression gradually calmed down. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "Which is the most powerful country on the Zhu continent now? Is it still the Chu dynasty? How many generations have they passed down?" Li Mu looked at him and said calmly, "The Chu dynasty has been gone for 2,500 years. In these 2,500 years, the central mainland has changed 3 dynasties. Now, the most powerful dynasty on the Zhu continent is called the Great Zhou." Emperor Bai's face showed a look of reminiscence. He muttered, "So those old guys from the Chu dynasty are also dead." Li Mu nodded and said, "They've been dead for almost 3,000 years. His gaze swept across the crowd one by one, and he said to himself, "Which sect do you belong to?" Facing the demon emperor from 3,000 years ago, the elders of the 6 sects did not dare to slight him. Fulu school of Taoism. Danding sect of Taoism. Xuanzong of Taoism, northern sect of Taoism. Emperor Bai pondered for a while and shook his head. Never heard of it. Taoism was born less than 2,000 years ago. It was normal that Emperor Bai had not heard of it. His eyes continued to wander. When he glanced at the people of Diabolism, he paused for a moment and said, "Are you from Diabolism?" The people of Diabolism bowed and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior Emperor Bai." Emperor Bai finally looked at the few remaining demons and said, "Are you doubting my identity?" The demon race had always been stubborn. A bear demon gritted his teeth and said, "Even a demon emperor can't live for more than 3,000 years. Who the hell are you? How dare you pretend to be a demon emperor?" Emperor Bai glanced at him and said, "It's been 3,000 years. Your Shaking Bear clan is still as stupid as before. If I had known, I wouldn't have taught you demonic techniques back then. I would have let you all be beasts for all eternity." Perhaps because no one had spoken for 3,000 years, Emperor Bai was different from those experts who liked to put on airs. He was not stingy with his words. At first, he stuttered a little, but soon, his speech became smoother and clearer. He stood in front of the huge statue and said slowly, "That's right. Even I can't defeat the heavenly Tao. My lifespan is only 300 years. A melancholy expression appeared on his face as he continued, "But I can't accept it. I've cultivated for 300 years, 290 years, and obtained countless opportunities. It wasn't easy for me to cultivate to the heavenly demon realm. But my lifespan is only left with 10 years. I've tried countless methods, but I couldn't change it. I could only seal my body in a coffin before my lifespan ran out. I sealed my life's memories in a stone statue and left them for future rebirth. In this way, I could have a few hundred more years of lifespan." Li Mu's mouth opened slightly. He was stunned. Was he fighting a bug with the heavenly Tao? Lifespan was related to one's soul. Once the 300-year limit was up, even if he was reborn like the Thousand Illusions Venerable Master, it would be useless. When the time came, his soul would still die. But the body was different. As long as it was preserved properly, the body could live forever. But this eternal life was useless. A body that could live forever had no consciousness. And when they gained consciousness, they would be bound by the heavenly Tao again and enter the cycle of reincarnation again. Emperor Bai sealed his body and memories. When his body became a corpse, he would fuse it with his memories. The extra few hundred years of lifespan was the lifespan of the zombie. It could be said that the thing in front of Li Mu was Emperor Bai, but also not Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai's soul and consciousness had already died 3,000 years ago. There was no dispute about this. So it was not Emperor Bai. But the zombie had just been born. It only had consciousness, but it had no memories or experience. While it had Emperor Bai's body, it also had his memories. In its heart, it was Emperor Bai. It was not wrong to say that it was Emperor Bai. For the time being, it was Emperor Bai. If this continued, Li Mu felt that he would go crazy. Emperor Bai's words shocked everyone present. They also did not expect that the demon emperor would be reborn in such a way. Everyone present was here to inherit Emperor Bai's treasures. Now that Emperor Bai was in front of them, the atmosphere was a little awkward. He was not dead. This was not an inheritance, but a robbery. In this way, whether it was the elixirs, Dharma treasures, or the heavenly tomes, they could not get them. A demon sect expert bowed and said, "We did not mean to disturb the demon emperor. Since the demon emperor has been reborn, can we leave now?" The others looked at him as if they were looking at an idiot. If they could leave so easily, what happened just now would not have happened. At this moment, they all understood that the demon corpses around the demon palace were not an accident. The demon emperor had planned this 3,000 years ago. His goal was to deplete the Dharma treasures and Dharma powers of those who entered the palace. The elixirs on the first floor, the Dharma treasures on the second floor, and the Tao page on the last floor were all for them to kill each other. As they continued to deplete everyone's Dharma powers, they provided nourishment for the zombie. If not for the fact that everyone's Dharma powers were depleted, the combined attack just now could have killed the zombie. He had spent so much effort to set up this trap. How could he let them leave? Emperor Bai looked at the tiger demon and smiled. "Since you are here, it must be fate. Can you borrow something from me before you leave?" The tiger demon looked at Emperor Bai's eyes and felt a little guilty. He asked, "What is it?" Emperor Bai said lightly, "I want to borrow your essence, blood and soul." The tiger demon's face was first filled with fear. Then, he realized something. He glared at Emperor Bai and said, "You are already at the end of your rope. What right do you have to say that?" After withstanding the combined attack just now, no matter how strong the zombie was, it was severely injured. Anyone here could have killed it completely. Just now, everyone was stunned by his words. After calming down, it was easy for them to figure out that even if he used to be a demon emperor, he was now just a heavily injured demon corpse. Emperor Bai looked at him and shook his head. "Junior of the tiger tribe, you might have forgotten where this place is. Stop pretending." The tiger demon roared. As if to boost his courage, he controlled the two mountain-splitting axes and chopped at Emperor Bai's head. As long as Emperor Bai was alive, they could not be at ease. Clang! The two mountain-splitting axes clashed, creating a series of sparks. However, Emperor Bai was nowhere to be seen. Behind the tiger demon, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Emperor Bai opened his mouth and bit into the tiger demon's neck with his white fangs. In an instant, the essence, blood and demon soul in his body were sucked dry. Emperor Bai threw the tiger demon's corpse on the ground. After absorbing the tiger demon, Emperor Bai's face became redder. His body became fuller, and even a few strands of hair grew out. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the crowd again. He mumbled, "I am not satisfied with my current body. With all of you, it should be enough." Chapter 409. Another bear demon was killed. Even though Emperor Bai looked extremely weak, no one would think that he was truly at the end of his rope. His companion died tragically. Another tiger demon from the demon sect shouted, "Everyone, attack together. I don't believe he can take another attack." Everyone was silent. The next moment, countless rays of Dharma spells lit up and engulfed Emperor Bai. At this point, no one cared about using up their Dharma powers. If they did not kill the demon corpse in front of them, they would be the ones to die. However, this time, Emperor Bai did not just stand there and take the attacks. His body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was behind another bear demon. His sharp nails pierced into the bear demon's body. In an instant, the bear demon turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Another dozen or so attacks came, and Emperor Bai's figure disappeared mysteriously once again. At the same time, Li Mu felt a chill run down his spine. All the hair on his body stood on end, and he smelled a thick corpse aura. The next moment, Emperor Bai appeared behind him. His sharp black nails pierced towards his body. A golden light shot out from Li Mu's body and bounced Emperor Bai far away. Although he was not injured, Li Mu's face darkened. This corpse was obviously severely injured, but it could still teleport. If this continued, no one would be able to attack it. Sooner or later, they would become its food. He took out a fulu without hesitation and activated it with his Dharma powers. A golden armored soldier holding a giant sword appeared in the void. When the sixth realm golden armored soldier appeared, the space was still stable and showed no signs of collapsing. Looking at Emperor Bai's figure, Li Mu's guess was confirmed. Due to the protection of the flask space, sixth realm cultivators could not enter without an owner. At this moment, the newly born zombie obtained Emperor Bai's memories and his inheritance. From now on, the cave abode had an owner. However, this was not good news. Because the owner of the flask space was no different from a god in his own space. The golden armored soldier waved his giant sword and slashed at Emperor Bai's body. Emperor Bai's body disappeared. The giant sword missed. Seeing this, Huanji hesitated for a moment before taking out a black jade talisman and crushing it. A thick black aura gushed out of the jade talisman and formed a demon's soul with 2 horns on its head. Its body also exuded the aura of a 6th-stage cultivator. Under Huanji's command, the demon's soul flew towards Emperor Bai. At the same time, the giant sword of the golden armored soldier slashed down again. The monster soul released by Huanji suddenly disappeared. The next time it appeared, it was already under the golden armored godly soldier's giant sword. With a slash of the sword, the demonic soul was split into 2. Although it quickly merged back together, the demonic soul had become much more illusory, and its aura had also withered. Within a short period of time, the last 2 demons from the monster sect had died at the hands of Emperor Bai. At this moment, Emperor Bai's face was rosy and his hair had grown out. Other than the corpse aura on his body, he looked no different from an ordinary person. His originally weak aura also became stronger once again. At that moment, everyone was in despair. Emperor Bai was undefeatable in this space. After killing these demons, Emperor Bai finally turned his gaze towards the elders of the 6 sections. His figure disappeared once again. Li Mu used his mind and the Dao Bell flew out. It suddenly enlarged and covered Li Mu, the elders of the 6 sects, and the few imperial consecrators. Dong! A buzzing sound came from the Dao Bell. Emperor Bai's figure appeared but was blocked outside the Dao Bell. He stretched out his claws and stabbed at the Dao Bell, but his nails were broken. Although they grew back quickly, he could not do anything to the Dao Bell. Immediately after, he started to cast a series of powerful spells. However, he could only make the Dao Bell ring but could not enter the bell. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, Emperor Bai's figure distorted and turned into a wisp of green smoke. Li Mu's expression changed slightly. The jade bottle that he had snatched from Huanji at the 2nd level of the monster palace appeared in his hand. He didn't even think about it before crushing the jade bottle. The remaining crack on the Dao Bell suddenly emitted a golden light. The last crack finally disappeared. Li Mu originally did not want to obtain the jade bottle, but he could feel the Dao Bell's desire for it. According to his guess, the bottle should contain Genesis Qi that could help repair the Dao Bell. With this Genesis Qi, the Dao Bell was finally complete again. At the original crack, the light smoke turned back into Emperor Bai's figure. He looked at the people inside the Dao Bell with some reluctance and flew towards the 3 people from the Soul Sect. The 3 soul cultivators wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. In a few breaths, their souls were sucked into Emperor Bai's stomach. At this point, the 4 monster kings had suffered heavy losses. The people from the Demon Path's Soul Sect and Monster Path's Demon Path's Soul Sect had been completely wiped out. Only the people from the Illusion Sect and Meizong Sect beside Huanji were safe, but only temporarily. Li Mu's golden armor soldiers and Huanji's demon soul could not get close to Emperor Bai at all. As long as they were within 10 feet of Emperor Bai, he would teleport them far away. They could not even touch the corner of his clothes. Both of them had a time limit. It would not be long before they disappeared. Li Mu could not allow Emperor Bai to continue killing. Even though he was on a different side from Huanji and the others, if they all died, it would be his turn to die. While Emperor Bai caught 2 more demons and absorbed their essence blood, Li Mu controlled the Dao bell to cover the rest of the people. Huan Ji silently lowered her head and fell silent. It was easy to take revenge, but difficult to repay kindness. This was the consensus of the Heavenly Fox clan. It was also the experience passed down by the ancestors of the Heavenly Fox clan. Although she did not want to accept Li Mu's kindness, they were all in the same boat now. If they wanted to live, they had to put aside all their grievances and work together to deal with their only enemy. Li Mu looked at Huan Ji and said, "What other trump cards do you have? Take them out. If not, we will all be trapped here." Huan Ji thought for a while and took out a jade talisman. She said, "We cannot send messages in the flask space, but this talisman contains a drop of my essence blood. If we crush this talisman, even if we are outside the flask space, the mother talisman in my brother's hands will sense it. He will know that we are in danger." Li Mu asked, "So what if your brother knows?" Huan Ji said, "My brother is the great elder of Meizong sect. He is outside now." Li Mu understood what Huan Ji meant. Although they could not tell the people outside what happened, as long as they knew that Huan Ji was in danger, the dozens of level 6 experts outside would work together to open up the space again. By then, even if Emperor Bai had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to fight against so many experts. Within the Dao Bell, Huan Ji crushed the jade talisman without hesitation. Outside the Demon Emperor's cave, in the valley, a handsome man was sitting cross-legged. His expression suddenly changed and he stood up abruptly. The great elder of Meizong sect asked, "What happened?" The man said, "Huan Ji is in danger." He said without hesitation, "Open up the space." The great elder of Meizong sect, King Qingguang, and the expert from Meizong sect flew up at the same time. This fox from Meizong sect was the son of the Heaven Lord of Illusions. The Heaven Lord of Illusions had an important position in the entire Demon Dao. This operation was led by Meizong sect. The 4 demon kings also floated in the air. The Taoist sect and the Great Zhou court had joined forces. In order to balance the powers, they had temporarily formed an alliance with the Demon Dao. The 8 of them gathered their dermic powers at one point. A hole gradually tore open in the void. A powerful aura that surpassed level 5 experts emanated from the hole. When they felt the aura, their expressions changed at the same time. How can there be level 6 experts? What a strong corpse aura. Someone from corpse sect has sneaked in. But why is the space still stable? On the opposite side, the sloppy Taoist priest also stood up and said angrily, "Damn it. You Demon Dao are indeed unscrupulous. You actually secretly let level 6 experts in." The great elder of Meizong sect said angrily, "Bullsh *t. I think you are the ones who are unscrupulous." Everyone knew that this kind of ownerless space could only allow those below level 6 to enter. Although they also wanted to sneak in secretly, it was impossible. It must be the doing of those people on the opposite side. Just as everyone was confused, the space that they had painstakingly torn open began to rapidly heal and soon disappeared. At this time, they finally discovered something unusual. Did something happen inside? Let's attack together. Everyone attacked together, wanting to tear open the space again. However, this time, other than the heaven and earth power becoming extremely chaotic at the place where their dermic powers converged, no other strange phenomena appeared. How is this possible? The Demon Emperor's cave abode is not here. How can an ownerless space move by itself? Could it be that it is not the Demon Emperor's cave abode but a space with a master? The handsome man's face was full of worry. Hyun Jinko's expression changed greatly. Li Mu represented the future of Fulu School. If something happened to him here, how would he explain it to the headmaster and the Grand Supreme Elder? The sloppy Taoist priest slapped his thigh and said bitterly, "It's over. My heavenly secret talisman is finished." Everyone's expression was uncertain. The art of flashing heaven was an upper realm dermic art. The level 7 dermic art could only be used to create storage dermic treasures and open up a small space. To open up a small space outside of the main space required even more strength. What a space with a master meant was self-evident. Could it be that they had accidentally broken into the cave abode of a powerhouse? The sloppy Taoist priest shook his head and said, "Impossible. If that really is a space with a master, we can't open the entrance with just us. They must have encountered other dangers. That strong corpse chi just now, could it be that the ancient corpses in the Demon Emperor's cave abode had turned into spirits?" Hyun Jinko said, "Let's not care about the reason for now. Let's think of a way to save them first." He remembered that the Dao Bell was with Li Mu. He should be able to protect himself for a short period of time. However, as time passed, it was hard to say. At that moment, in the Demon Emperor's cave abode, everyone stood within the Dao Bell and watched as the crack in the sky gradually closed under Baidi's control. Despair gradually appeared on their faces. This was the White Emperor's cave abode. Here, he could use more than 100% of his strength. As for them, they were like turtles in a jar. The Dao sect elders could still maintain their composure. One of the worshippers looked at Li Mu worriedly and asked, "Lord Li, what should we do now?" Li Mu sighed softly and said, "Don't worry. He won't be able to break in for a while. Even a level 7 dermic art could not do anything to the complete Dao Bell. As long as Baidi's strength had not fully recovered, he could not do anything to them. Although the thing outside had received Baidi's inheritance, in essence, he was just a slightly more powerful zombie. His strength would not exceed level 6 dermic art. If not for the fact that there was no power of heaven and earth in this space, Li Mu could not use his Dao techniques. He could suppress this zombie alone. After realizing that he could not break through the defense of the bell, Baidi gave up on attacking. He turned and walked into the Demon Emperor Palace. When he walked out again, he had changed his clothes and tied up his hair. At that moment, he was no different from the statue. He stood outside the bell and asked indifferently, "Which one of you took my things?" Everyone looked around with a blank expression on their faces. At first, their target was the heavenly book. They did not care about anything else at all. Later, everyone was running for their lives. How could they care about anything else? Li Mu looked at Huan Ji and asked, "Did you take something from him?" Huan Ji's face darkened as she said coldly, "No." Baidi looked at them indifferently and said, "I am not in a hurry. Everything here will be mine sooner or later." Li Mu said, "Don't say, I. You are not Baidi. Baidi is already dead. You are just a consciousness born from his corpse." Baidi said, "I am." Li Mu said firmly, "No, you are not." Baidi said in a low voice, "I am Demon Emperor Baidi." Li Mu's interest was piqued. This zombie was far more stubborn than he had imagined. He thought for a while and said, "All right, Demon Emperor. Can you answer a question for me?" Baidi did not agree, but he did not reject either. He looked at Li Mu. Li Mu looked at him and asked slowly, "If there is a ship that can sail on the sea for 3,000 years, as long as one of the planks on the ship is broken, it will be taken down and replaced with a new one. One day, when all the planks on the ship have been replaced, will it still be the same ship?" Baidi said indifferently, "Of course not." Li Mu continued to ask, "Then when did it stop being the same?" Baidi opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but he did not say anything. After thinking carefully about this person's question, he was confused. Chapter 410. Outside the Dao Bell, the White Emperor fell silent. Li Mu looked at him and urged, "What's wrong with you? Say something." The White Emperor thought for a long time and said, "I am the Demon Emperor." "No, you are not." "No, I am." Li Mu looked into his eyes and said seriously, "Logically speaking, you are just a corpse. You should have your own person. Living as a corpse, you are unique. You should not be held hostage by the White Emperor's memories. This will make you lose yourself." "Oh, do you know what yourself is?" The White Emperor did not answer. After looking at Li Mu, he turned and left. Talking to this human would make him frustrated and even cause him to doubt himself. He did not like this feeling. He stopped talking to them and sat cross-legged at the entrance of the Demon Palace, closing his eyes to rest. The White Emperor's demonic corpse avoided talking. Li Mu's plan to reason with him had failed. Li Mu and the rest could only stay in the Dao Bell. After obtaining the White Emperor's memories and becoming the owner of the cave abode, this corpse was undefeatable here. At least to Li Mu and the rest, it was undefeatable. Of course, he could not break through the Dao Bell's defense. However, if this continued, Li Mu and the rest would still be at a disadvantage. The other party was essentially a corpse. It could not eat, drink, or sleep for decades. But Li Mu was different from the elders of the 6 sects, Huanji, and the demons. Their physical bodies were living bodies. When cultivators reached their level, they could completely abstain from eating and drinking. However, the prerequisite was that there was spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Only by drawing spiritual qi of heaven and earth into their bodies could they preserve their physical bodies. But there was nothing here. With the remaining spiritual power in their bodies, they could abstain from eating for months. After a few months, their physical bodies would die, leaving only their primordial spirits. He, Lu Hanyan, and Li Qing would truly be separated by yin and yang. At that time, he would truly become one with Su He. Speaking of Su He, he did not know where she was now. If she knew that he had become a ghost, would she be sad or happy? He could also possess another body and be reborn like the 1,000 Illusions Venerable Master, but that was not the ending Li Mu wanted. Li Mu scanned the area. There was still a bear and a snake left. If necessary, he could use the emergency measure and roast them. As for the snake demon, he could forget about it. If he roasted it, how could Li Mu face Brother Bai and his 2 nieces in the future? As for the bear, its body was riddled with scars and some parts had already turned black. It was obvious that it had been poisoned by corpse poison. There was a high chance that it wouldn't survive. Li Mu couldn't bring himself to eat the poisoned bear's paw. I wonder if fox legs can be roasted. The moment Li Mu looked at Phantom Princess, Xiao Bai's pitiful face appeared in his mind. Only then did he immediately dispel this evil thought. Li Mu glanced at the demon corpse that was sitting at the entrance of the demon imperial palace, unmoving like a mountain. He sat down cross-legged and sighed. This corpse was going to burn them to death. With the protection of the Dao Bell, everyone was temporarily at ease. They sat cross-legged on the ground, healing their wounds and resting. Phantom Princess sat behind Li Mu. Occasionally, she would raise her head to look at him. The emotions in her eyes were very complicated. Li Mu had already helped her twice, but there was also an irreconcilable enmity between them. She had been thinking for a long time about how to repay his kindness and take revenge, but she still couldn't figure it out. When she was young, the elders in her clan had told her, the troubles of a demon's life begin with a human form. At that time, she didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Only now did she have some understanding. How to repay kindness and take revenge at the same time. This was really a troublesome matter. In front of Phantom Princess, Li Mu's eyes were closed, but he didn't stop thinking. In this cave, the chances of winning against this demon corpse were infinitely close to 0. Not to mention him, even if the slovenly Taoist priest came in, he might not be a match for this demon corpse. Fighting with the White Emperor demon corpse here was equivalent to fighting with Xian Jizi on Mount Baiyun or fighting with the Empress in the Immortals' capital. It was even more serious. 2 cultivators of similar strength could be evenly matched outside, but in one of them's heavenly flask cave abode, the other wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Li Mu thought that he had been careful enough to get the Dao page. Who would have thought that there would be such a big surprise waiting for him here? He still had a few trump cards on him, but they weren't much stronger than the golden armor talisman. As for the talisman, in this space, every time it wanted to get close to the demon corpse, it would be teleported far away. This repeated dozens of times. Just now, it had used up all its spiritual power and completely dissipated. Along with it, the powerful demon soul that Phantom Princess had summoned also dissipated. Li Mu tried to take out a sound transmission talisman to contact Xian Jizi, but there was no response. He took out the spirit conch and sent a message to the Empress, but it was also in vain. He put his hands in his sleeves and silently chanted the 9 syllables mantra, but there was no response. He switched to the Demon Slayer protection art, but it still didn't work. Even the Tao Te Ching, which had always been successful, failed for the first time. There was no spiritual energy in this space, not even the power of heaven and earth. It was a completely dead place. None of the methods that he used to escape with his life would work. Li Mu continued to think. Suddenly, there was a low roar in his ears. He opened his eyes and saw the bear demon curled up on the ground in extreme pain. Seeing the bear demon, many people from the Maison and Mirage sects immediately cried out in fear. He's been poisoned by corpse poison. This corpse poison is very strong. It can't be dispelled with spiritual power. The demon's sect was poisoned to death. We have to get rid of him quickly before he turns into a zombie. Otherwise, all of us will be in trouble. All the demon corpses in the Demon Emperor cave abode were ancient corpses that were 3,000 years old. The corpse poison couldn't be compared to ordinary zombies. Even the primordial spirit and demon soul couldn't escape the attack. If he was at the peak of his spiritual power, he might be able to dispel it with great effort. However, after going through several battles, all the humans and demons here were on the verge of overdrawing their spiritual power. Once they were poisoned and couldn't get rid of it, they could only wait for death. The bear demon's face was full of pain and his eyes were filled with despair. Finally, he seemed to have made a decision. He stretched out his hand and slapped the bear demon's head. However, his bare paw didn't fall. Phantom Princess stopped him. With a cold face, she said in a deep voice, "Demon cultivation is so difficult. Are you going to give up just like that?" The bear demon's body was already emitting a thick corpse aura. However, there was still a trace of rationality in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, I'm hopeless. Kill me. I don't want to become that kind of thing." Phantom Princess didn't say anything. She just channeled the spiritual power in her body into his body. However, the corpse poison was too strong. Her spiritual power couldn't get rid of it. Li Mu watched from afar. Although Phantom Princess wasn't very friendly to humans, she was really good to the demon race. Seeing that her spiritual power was useless, Phantom Princess was silent for a moment. Her palm gradually emitted a golden light. Li Mu was really shocked this time. She was a demon. She actually knew Buddhism. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was really good to have a seventh realm father. Phantom Princess had endless treasures. Many of them were precious things that even he didn't have. She could also cultivate both demon and Buddhism. This meant that the Buddhism that countered the demon race was useless against her. She had turned the demon race's weakness into her strength. She was young, but her cultivation wasn't low. She also cultivated both demon and Buddhism. She had treasures one after another. This was a true demon's second generation. Under the Buddha's light, the corpse aura on the bear demon's body was dispelled. However, it was only a little. It couldn't slow down the speed of his transformation. If this continued, he would soon become a complete corpse and lose his consciousness. Li Mu thought for a moment. He stood up and walked over slowly. Seeing him walk over, Phantom Princess's expression changed. She picked up a short sword and pointed it at Li Mu. She said warily, "What do you want?" Li Mu said indifferently, "If you don't move, he really can't be saved." While Phantom Princess was stunned, he had already squatted down and pressed his right hand on the bear demon's body. Li Mu's hand also emitted a golden light. However, the light on his hand was even brighter than the light on Huanji's hand. After the golden light entered the bear demon's body, countless gray gas was forced out of the bear demon's body. Li Mu's other hand shot out a bolt of lightning, completely destroying the gray gas. After doing all this, he clapped his hands and stood up. He walked back to his seat and sat down cross-legged. After the corpse aura was forced out of his body, the bear demon sat up. After feeling it, his face was filled with joy. He kowtowed a few times to Li Mu from afar. Then, he sat cross-legged on the spot to heal his injuries. Li Mu looked at the elders and consecrators of the 6 sects and asked, "Are any of you poisoned by the corpse poison?" The elders and consecrators of the Fulu school were not injured. The other sects were also fine. Only a female disciple of the Pill Cauldron sect had her arms scratched by the demon corpse. The corpse aura entered her body and she had been suppressing it with pills. Limu placed his hand on her arm and helped her remove the corpse aura. The disciple bowed and said, "Thank you, Martial Uncle." Limu waved his hand and said, "We're family. Don't be so polite." After a while, Phantom Princess walked over and sat down beside Limu. She asked, "Why did you save it?" Limu retorted, "In your mind, do you think that we humans only know how to kill demons and take their souls?" Phantom Princess said sarcastically, "In the eyes of you humans, aren't we demons also a race that eats humans everywhere?" In this world, demons eating humans and humans eating demons were common occurrences. No matter if it was humans or demons, they all had a stereotype of each other. This was unavoidable. Limu naturally would not kill all the demons. The little fox in his house was cuter than most humans. The reason why he chose to save this bear demon was because the demon aura on its body was pure and clear. It was not an evil demon. If the demons from the demon sect were poisoned, Limu would not have used the Buddha's light to save them. He would have taken the opportunity to send them to meet Buddha. Limu's eyes inadvertently swept across Phantom Princess's chest. He found a wound on her left shoulder that was surrounded by a faint gray aura. He glanced at Phantom Princess and asked, "You're poisoned too?" Phantom Princess turned her head and said, "It's none of your business." Limu curled his lips and said, "You think I want to care about you?" Phantom Princess coldly snorted, "I won't accept your kindness anymore." Limu pointed outside the bell and said, "Then you get out." After a moment of silence, Phantom Princess stopped bickering with Limu and asked, "Do you have any other ways to get out?" Limu shook his head and asked, "What about you?" Phantom Princess also shook her head and said, "I've used everything I can. I can only hope that Father can find this place and break open the space to save us." Limu sighed. Just like Huan Ji, the only person he could rely on now was the Empress. Although the owner of this cave was the White Emperor's demonic corpse, he could use 200% of his strength here. However, if someone stronger than him was lured into the cave, it would not be like catching a turtle in a jar. It would be like luring a wolf into the house. However, both of their hopes were very slim. This was originally an independent space. After the White Emperor died, this space became ownerless and was fixed in one place. However, it already had an owner now. It was unknown where the demonic corpse had moved it to. Before the White Emperor died, he was a 9th realm expert. How could the residence of such an expert be so easily found? Instead of relying on the 10,000 Illusion Lord or the Empress, they might as well rely on themselves. Limu thought for a while and a thought flashed across his mind. He suddenly looked at Phantom Princess and asked, "You cultivate both demonic and Buddhist techniques. What level of Buddhist techniques are you at?" Phantom Princess sneered, "What does that have to do with you?" Limu said calmly, "If you still want to get out, answer my question honestly. You have a way? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, I'll throw you out now and feed you to that corpse." 5th realm. Phantom Princess was originally a 5-tailed spiritual fox. Even her Buddhist techniques were at the 5th level. She should be about the same age as Lu Hanyan. This meant that her wisdom was better than Xuandu's. Limu suddenly had an idea. Although Taoist techniques were more mysterious than Buddhist techniques were obviously stronger than Taoist techniques when it came to restraining demons and ghosts. At the start, although Limu also wanted to cultivate both Taoist and Buddhist techniques, he was not like Phantom Princess who had a 7th-level father. The end result was that he could not cultivate either. Helplessly, he could only give up on Buddhist techniques. Up till now, his Buddhist dharmic powers were only at the 1st realm. Using only the 1st level of Dharma power to chant the Heart Sutra was already very effective. If he used the 5th level of Dharma power, wouldn't it be even stronger? Although this was the White Deity Cave abode, and the demon corpse was at the peak of the flying zombie realm, comparable to the 6th level, it would be countered by the Dharma. If Limu could use the Dharma powers of the 5th level, he might be able to defeat her. Limu looked at Phantom Princess and asked, "Do you want to work together?" Phantom Princess's eyes flashed and she asked, "How?" Limu leaned over and whispered a few words into her ear. Phantom Princess was stunned and then frowned. "You want my primordial spirit to possess your body?" Limu was surprised. "You've cultivated your primordial spirit?" Demons did not cultivate their primordial spirits as they had their own cultivation methods. They did not cultivate their souls or condense their souls. Since Phantom Princess managed to condense her demon soul into an primordial spirit, it meant that other than Demon Buddha, she also cultivated Taoist techniques. Phantom Princess did not answer directly and only said, "Is there any other way?" Limu nodded, "Yes." Phantom Princess quickly asked, "What other way?" Limu said, "Or I can possess your body." Phantom Princess said decisively, "Don't even think about it." Limu looked at her and said, "If not for the fact that there is no other way, do you think I would want you to do it?" Being possessed was a big taboo for cultivators. Limu knew that Phantom Princess would not agree to him being possessed, so he did not even mention it. As for himself, it was not the first time he was possessed, so he was not that against it. In this kind of matter, he had given his first opportunity to Suhi, and then he had given it to her a few more times. After that, he had given it to the Empress, but that was under the circumstances where Limu already had great trust in him and the others. Limu naturally did not have much trust in Phantom Princess, but there was nothing he could do about it. There were only 3 choices in front of him. Either Phantom Princess possessed his body, or he possessed Phantom Princess. Or the two of them could continue to wait in the bell until the demon corpse changed its mind and let them out. After making this decision, Limu struggled intensely in his heart before finally convincing himself. Anyway, it was not the first time. He had been possessed by ghosts and humans before, so it did not matter if there was a fox. Although this kind of thinking was somewhat self-destructive and hopeless, there was really no better way at the moment. Phantom Princess lowered her head and bit her lips, as if she was going through a decision in her heart. Her primordial spirit entering someone else's body was something that she could not accept. What's more, this person was her enemy. But when she thought of Limu's primordial spirit entering her body, she instantly felt that this matter was not so difficult to accept. She finally looked at Limu, gritted her teeth, and said, "Tell me your plan, Limu. I need to borrow your Buddhist power." After a while, Phantom Princess asked, "Are you sure?" "Limu, let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we can hide in here again. Anyway, you won't lose anything." Phantom Princess pondered for a long time and nodded, "Okay." Limu's right hand emitted a golden light and said, "In order to show my sincerity, I will treat your injuries first." Phantom Princess lowered her head and slowly reached out her hand to Limu. In the Demon Emperor's cave, Limu and Phantom Princess reached an agreement about joining forces. When they began to discuss the details, outside the Demon Emperor's cave, a huge wave had already set off. Previously, when they besieged Limu, they had lost a lot of Demon Dao experts. Even Soul Sect's first elder, Nether Saint, had fallen. This time, in order to obtain the Heavenly Book and the Demon Emperor's inheritance, Soul Sect, Demon Sect, Mirage Sect, and Meizong Sect had sent out dozens of experts, but none of them had returned. Including the daughter of Illusion Lord, they were all trapped in the Demon Emperor's cave. After receiving the news, Illusion Lord had already ended his seclusion in advance and left Meizong Sect. No one knew where he went. At the same time, all the Demon Dao experts had received an order to immediately report to the subsect if there was any news about the Demon Emperor's cave. North County, Baiyun Mountain. The Fulu School's Master's Disciple Acceptance Ceremony would be held soon. These days, many elders of other sects had already come to Baiyun Mountain to congratulate. But at this time, the Fulu School's master, Xian Jizi, had not shown up. After asking, they found out that he was no longer in the mountain. Shendu, in Baichuan Academy, 2 middle-aged men who were playing chess suddenly raised their heads at the same time and looked at the sky in shock. What happened? His Majesty actually left Shendu? The Emperor left the palace. What nonsense! In Changle Palace, Mr. May sighed and put away the worry on his face. He said, "Send an order to all the officials. His Majesty is in seclusion to cultivate." He doesn't need to attend tomorrow's morning court. When he needs to attend the court, let us know. Chapter 411. Demon Emperor Cave. Li Mu sat cross-legged inside the Dao Bell, shaking his head and sighing. It took 3,000 years to give birth to its own consciousness, but it has to live for someone else. It can't be its true self. How sad, how regretful, as a person, a corpse, it doesn't even have its own thoughts. What's the use of giving birth to its own consciousness? If it was me, I'd rather die. Some corpses might as well lie down for another 3,000 years and live as someone else for a few hundred years. What's the point? It's so comfortable lying down. Li Mu seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice penetrated the Dao Bell and resounded throughout the entire Demon Emperor cave. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor Palace, the White Emperor corpse sat cross-legged. Although its eyes were closed, the corners of its eyes were twitching, and its aura was fluctuating. Li Mu sensed this change and struck while the iron was hot. He looked at Illusion Princess and asked, "Fox, what's the difference between this and possession?" Illusion Princess glared at him and gritted her teeth. "Don't call me Fox." "Li Mu, be careful next time." Illusion Princess took a deep breath and looked at the White Emperor corpse. She replied to Li Mu, "Of course there's a difference. A person who is being possessed knows how to resist and willingly let himself be possessed. I've never seen such a stupid person. He's not a person to begin with. He's a corpse." Even a corpse wouldn't be so stupid. Inside the Law Bell, everyone watched as Li Mu and Huan Ji sang the same tune and sighed inwardly. They were trapped in the Dao Bell by the White Emperor corpse, so they could only talk and comfort themselves. At the entrance of the Demon Emperor Palace, the Demon Emperor corpse listened to the conversation between Li Mu and Illusion Princess. He felt his heart becoming more and more chaotic. He couldn't take it anymore and sealed his hearing. Although he couldn't hear the voices of the couple, there were still two voices arguing in his heart. One voice said, "You are White Emperor. Your body is his body. Your memories are his memories. You are Demon Emperor White Emperor." The other voice retorted, "White Emperor is already dead. He died 3,000 years ago. You are not him. He forced these new memories onto you. You are the White Emperor. You are not the White Emperor." There seemed to be two consciousnesses in his sea of consciousness. The two consciousnesses kept arguing about who he was, and neither could convince the other. The demonic corpse finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said angrily, "Shut up." Inside the Law Bell, Li Mu raised his chin and asked Huan Ji, "Who is he talking to?" Phantom Princess shook her head. "I don't know." Then she looked at Li Mu and asked, "Is it time?" Li Mu looked at the demonic corpse that was beginning to mumble and said in a low voice, "Wait a little longer." Huan Ji thought about it and a jade thumb ring appeared in her hand. She handed it over to Li Mu. Li Mu asked, "What is this?" Huan Ji said, "It can store spiritual energy and spiritual energy, allowing everyone here to send their spiritual energy in. If we wear it, we can use the spiritual energy within at any time. Our chances will be higher." Li Mu did not take it immediately and asked suspiciously, "Is this another scheme of yours?" Huan Ji snorted coldly. "Take it or leave it." The moment before she put it away, Li Mu snatched it from her and said, "You'd better wear it. It's safer to wear it." As a fox, although Huan Ji was cunning and scheming, she was not stupid. At this time, if she still set a trap for Li Mu, the word stupid would not be enough to describe her. Li Mu passed the thumb ring to one of the consecrators and asked them to take turns to transfer their mana into the ring. No one had any objections to this. They also knew that whether or not everyone here could escape and survive depended on Li Mu. While waiting, Li Mu continued to ask Huan Ji, "What other good things do you have? Take them all out. If you don't take them out now, you might not have a chance in the future." Huan Ji thought about it and took out a jade bottle. Li Mu asked, "What is this?" Huan Ji said, "Some heaven and earth power is sealed in the bottle. It can be used at a crucial moment." Li Mu took the bottle from behind and said unhappily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? 10,000 Illusion God Lord was more thoughtful than him." Li Mu did not expect that Monster Emperor's cave would not have heaven and earth power. If he knew, he would have asked the Empress to seal a few bottles for him. Then, he wouldn't be in such a bad state. Huan Ji snorted coldly and said, "Why should I tell you this? Am I close to you?" Li Mu continued to ask, "What else is there?" Huan Ji obviously had a bottle of heaven and earth space. She didn't want to talk to Li Mu and poured out a bunch of things. Li Mu's eyes lit up. He knew that his chance had come. This was actually another rich woman. He loved such rich women the most. Li Mu looked at these treasures and kept talking. "There are so many spirit jades. Why didn't you take them out just now? This string of Buddha beads is a good treasure. It might be useful later. This pill has a strong medicinal fragrance. It will definitely be good for recovering magic power. I'll take it first." Huan Ji was indeed a second-generation demon. The pile of treasures dazzled Li Mu. Li Mu finally looked at a white, furry thing and asked, "What is this?" Huan Ji picked up the item and shook her wrist. The originally soft tail immediately became hard and straight like a sharp sword. The flow of spiritual power on it was not inferior to Li Mu's Qingxian sword. This was obviously a top-grade magic treasure. At this time, Huan Ji said indifferently, "The black fox tail is a treasure of my clan. It is useless to you." Li Mu took the black fox tail from her hand and said, "Take it first. If my weapon is damaged, I have a replacement." Now that they had a common enemy, Huan Ji did not think too much. She only said, "I've already taken out everything. What about you?" Li Mu looked at her and said, "Young mistress, do you think that everyone is like you and has a seventh realm father? I've already used up my things when I destroyed those demon corpses. Otherwise, why would I ask you for them? I'm not that kind of shameless person." The ring that stored magic power circled around in everyone's hands and returned to Li Mu's hand. Everyone present, whether it was the elders of the six sects or the disciples of the demon sects, were all willing to transfer most of their remaining magic power into it. Li Mu was still waiting for an opportunity to continue singing the same tune as Huan Ji. What a pity, what a pity, what's the point of living like this? Might as well continue to be an emotionless corpse. Next, Li Mu saw some strange changes in the White Emperor demon corpse's body. He no longer responded to Li Mu and Huan Ji. He sat cross-legged at the entrance of the Demon Emperor Palace and began to talk to himself frequently. It was as if he was suffering from schizophrenia. The corpse aura on his body was sometimes stable and sometimes chaotic, sometimes high and sometimes low. At a certain moment, when the corpse's aura weakened again, Li Mu looked at Huan Ji and said, "It's time." Huan Ji bit her lower lip lightly. After taking a deep breath, her gaze became firm. A shadow floated out of her body and entered Li Mu's body. Li Mu stood up silently and walked out of the Dao Bell. Inside the Dao Bell, everyone's gazes were on him. The White Emperor demon corpse was still meditating at the entrance of the Demon Emperor Palace. Under the control of the sword technique, the Qingxian sword shone with a bright green light and pierced towards the demon corpse's head. The demon corpse's eyes suddenly opened. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his hands and used his palms to hold the sword. The Qingxian sword could not move an inch further. A moment later, his figure disappeared from the spot. At the same time, behind Li Mu, a black shadow appeared out of thin air. His 10 fingers were like lightning. His black nails pierced through the air and pierced towards Li Mu's neck. At this moment, a blinding golden light exploded from Li Mu's body. Qi, like cold water being poured on a hot rock, the demon corpse's body, which was harder than magic treasures, was immediately burned by the golden light. The demon corpse let out an angry roar and wanted to teleport away. However, he realized that the space here was also affected by the golden light. He could not teleport at all. His body quickly retreated, trying to escape from the golden light. Seeing that Huan Ji's Heart Sutra was effective, how could Li Mu allow him to do as he wished? The demon corpse retreated frantically. Li Mu followed him like a shadow, exposing him to the golden light. The demon corpse was very close to Li Mu. On his body, it was rapidly burning and festering. He stretched out his hands. The nails on his hands flew out and pierced towards Li Mu. Li Mu used the Qingxian block. His body slowed down. In this short period of time, the demon corpse was already far away. Although the Buddha's light was powerful, it also weakened quickly. When it was a few hundred feet away from Li Mu, the golden light could no longer affect the demon corpse. However, it was impossible for it to attack Li Mu from the front. The demon corpse hid in the shadow of the statue in front of the palace. In a place where the golden light could not reach, it roared. Suddenly, something flew out from the demon royal palace. Li Mu immediately noticed that it seemed to be a set of armor. After the set of armor flew out, it automatically disassembled into a head armor, chest armor, arm armor, leg armor, and so on. It automatically attached itself to the body of the demon corpse and started to wriggle. The gaps of the armor immediately fused together. In this way, the body of the White Emperor demon corpse was completely covered by the armor. Not only that, but there was also a giant sword weapon in his hand. Even so, he did not charge towards Li Mu. Instead, he held the giant sword in his hand and slashed forward. As he slashed down with his sword, a huge shadow appeared behind him. This shadow was a few hundred feet tall and was also wearing armor. It held a giant sword that was 100 feet tall and slashed towards Li Mu. In the next moment, Li Mu felt that he was locked on by a powerful aura. It seemed that no matter how he dodged, the sword would land on his head. This was obviously a superpower that the demon corpse had used based on the memories of the White Emperor. He could hide in the Law Bell and avoid the sword. However, he had left the Law Bell to defeat the demon corpse. For this, he had already drained the people in the Law Bell and Phantom Princess dry. If he returned now, everyone could only sit quietly in the Law Bell and wait for death. He crushed the jade bottle that stored the power of heaven and earth with one hand and formed a seal with the other. His lips trembled and two black and white fish appeared above his head, forming a giant Taiji diagram. The moment the Taiji diagram formed, the giant sword fell. The tip of the sword fell on the Taiji diagram and was immediately swallowed. Then the body of the sword and the hilt. The giant sword was swallowed by the Taiji diagram and the armored shadow disappeared. The power of heaven and earth was limited. Li Mu did not waste any time. He changed his seal again and the Qingxian sword split into 2, then 4. In an instant, there were tens of thousands of sword shadows that shot towards the White Emperor demon corpse. Streaks of sword shadows slammed into the armor, and the White Emperor demonic corpse kept retreating. Cracks gradually appeared on the armor, and after withstanding countless streaks of sword light, it collapsed. Countless streaks of sword light slashed his body. Fine wounds appeared on the demon corpse's body. Some were so deep that bones could be seen, but no blood flowed out. Wisps of gray gas surged out from his wounds and covered his entire body. Under the nourishment of the gray gas, the wounds slowly healed. The last move of the Demon Slayer protection incantation was extremely powerful. With Li Mu's current cultivation level, even if it could not directly kill a 6th realm primordial spirit, it could still cause fatal damage. Unfortunately, the White Emperor demon corpse was a corpse that had turned into a demon. Its consciousness was hidden in its physical body and it did not have a primordial spirit. Li Mu formed another seal and said, "Heaven and earth are boundless. Wind and thunder receive orders. Dragons fight in the wild. All 10 sides will be destroyed. Heavenly Lord Tai, as the law commands." Thunderclouds gathered above the White Emperor demonic corpse's head, and a green gust of wind blew around his body. As the gust of wind blew, the wounds on his body that had just healed split open again. At the same time, countless bolts of lightning struck down from the thunderclouds above his head. Finally, the thunderclouds descended directly and completely enveloped the demon corpse. Within the thunderclouds, purple lightning swam continuously. The rumbling sounds made one's scalp tingle. The power of heaven and earth stored in the jade bottle was only enough for Li Mu to use these 3 moves. If he was forced into a corner, Li Mu would have no choice but to use the remaining power of heaven and earth, even at the risk of being severely injured again. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the thunderclouds. That was their last hope. After some time, the thunderclouds finally dispersed. The demon corpse stood on the spot as if he had been dismembered. His body was covered in wounds and charred marks from being struck by lightning. The corpse aura on his body was almost non-existent. However, the wounds on his body were still wriggling and healing. His aura was also rising bit by bit. The demon corpse let out a long howl and took a deep breath. After the howl, countless corpse aura gushed out from the tombstones around the demon palace and surged into his body. In just an instant, all the wounds on his body were completely healed. His aura also reached its peak again. Within the Law Bell, everyone's faces were filled with despair. Was a ninth realm powerhouse really so powerful that they could not even defeat his corpse after he died? The demon corpse, who had recovered to its peak, stared at Li Mu with blood-red eyes and said eerily, "I can feel it. The page of my heavenly book is on you. Greedy human, I will be the first to kill you." He stared at Li Mu. Just as he was about to take a step forward, his body suddenly froze. At this moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if the end of the world was coming. This was a premonition. For a powerhouse of his level, premonition represented foresight to a large extent. The source of this feeling came from that human. It was obvious that if he continued to attack that human, something terrible would happen. The demon corpse calculated with his fingers, and the premonition in his heart became even stronger. This feeling of impending doom made him involuntarily take a step back. At this moment, a voice in his body shouted, "Are you afraid? Hurry up and kill him and devour his soul and flesh. This is the price he has to pay for stealing the heavenly book and violating the demon emperor's authority." At this moment, another voice said, "You are you. You are not the White Emperor, and you are not anyone else. Follow your heart and don't become someone else's puppet. Kill him. Be yourself. Kill him. Be yourself." Two voices echoed in his mind at the same time. The White Emperor demon corpse held his head and shouted, "Shut up, both of you shut up." Seeing the White Emperor demon corpse holding his head and muttering to himself again, his aura fluctuating, Li Mu quietly withdrew his hand gesture. This was the trump card he had prepared. Now, it seemed that he might not be able to use it. Li Mu looked calmly at the struggling demon corpse. It was obvious that there were at least two consciousnesses fighting for control of the body. Under normal circumstances, this was a normal sign of encountering inner demons. Some inner demons would produce a second or even more consciousnesses in the mind. This was called a split personality. The personality of the body depended on which consciousnesses controlled the body. If one was controlled by the evil consciousnesses, most cultivators would become killing machines. If they were controlled by other inner demons, their personality would change drastically. For this demon corpse, if the consciousnesses that insisted that he was the White Emperor won, then he would be the White Emperor from then on. If the other consciousnesses won, then he would be an ordinary demon corpse. Although he would not have the White Emperor's memories and abilities, he would have his own corpse rebirth. Everything in this world would be new to him. Li Mu looked at the pained demon corpse and shouted, "You just came to this world. Don't you want to use your own eyes to explore everything in this world? The White Emperor is only an antique from 3,000 years ago. This world is no longer the world he knows. Be yourself, or be someone else. Which will you choose?" With the support of spiritual power, his voice echoed in the cave abode. The demon corpse hugged his head and growled, "I am the White Emperor. I am not the White Emperor. I am the White Emperor. No, I am not the White Emperor. The boat is no longer the boat. I am not the White Emperor. Damn it, get out of my body. Get out of my body." He roared at the sky. The corpse aura on his body suddenly exploded. A ball of light was forced out of his body. After the ball of light left his body, the demon corpse suddenly quieted down. Confusion appeared in his eyes. He muttered, Who am I?" Soon, the confusion faded. He no longer had the memories of the White Emperor. Looking at Li Mu, his mind was filled with the thousands of sword shadows and the torturous wind and thunder. At this moment, the golden light emitted by this human made him feel uneasy and disgusted. The demon corpse looked up at the sky. Suddenly, he flew up and tore open space, revealing another azure sky. He jumped out of the space crack. The crack quickly closed. The demon emperor's cave abode was silent. It was easy to leave the heavenly flask cave abode. However, it was impossible for him to enter by himself. He ran away. The demon corpse left. We are safe. Inside the Dao Bell, everyone was cheering. Li Mu kept the ball of light without leaving a trace. Then, he put away the Dao Bell and forced Huan Ji's primordial spirit out of her body. Huan Ji's primordial spirit returned to her body. She stared at Li Mu and gritted her teeth. You took the heavenly book? Li Mu waved his hand and said, don't listen to that guy's nonsense. I was the first to leave. How could I have taken it? Huan Ji gritted her teeth and looked at him. She said in a low voice, return my treasures to me. Li Mu looked at her and asked curiously, treasures? What treasures? Huan Ji was stunned. She looked at the thumb ring on Li Mu's hand. A white light flashed and the thumb ring on Li Mu's hand disappeared. Huan Ji raised her head and looked at Li Mu. She said seriously, although I am not human, you are not human either. Li Mu's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat. He had never forgotten that Phantom Princess was his enemy. There was no need to be polite with his enemy. Moreover, if it was not for him, Huan Ji would have died at least twice. She even possessed his body and took advantage of him. It was only right for him to take some benefits from her. Looking at Huan Ji's disdainful eyes, Li Mu said, I saved you twice. Is this how the heavenly fox race treats its benefactor? Okay. Huan Ji seemed to have thought it through. She said, I don't want those things anymore. Just take it as the reward for saving me. From now on, I don't owe you anything. Li Mu looked at her and shook his head. As the daughter of a heavenly lord, is your life only worth those things? Doesn't your conscience hurt when you say that we don't owe each other anything? Huan Ji said angrily, Li Mu said, what about you? If you want to think like that, I can't do anything about it. Anyway, I'm not asking you to repay me. What about the heavenly fox race repaying kindness? That's all. Huan Ji's face turned red. Her chest heaved up and down. After a while, she stretched out her hands. Two short swords appeared in her hands. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll kill you first and then kill myself. Once we die, our enmity will be erased. Li Mu walked to the front of everyone and said, the Demon Emperor's cave has no owner now. Everyone, cast your spells and leave this place. Demon Nation, on a mountain peak. There was a fluctuation in space. Dozens of figures appeared out of thin air. Breathing in the fresh air and feeling the vitality of the surrounding plants and animals, everyone had a look of relief on their faces. They had never felt that a world with plants and animals was so beautiful. That dead space had left an indelible shadow on them. The demon corpse had disappeared. No one knew where it went. In the distant sky, a stream of light suddenly streaked across. A middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone. This man did not have any spiritual power fluctuations. He looked like a mortal. But a mortal could not cross such a long distance in an instant. The only explanation was that his cultivation was much higher than everyone present. When Huan Ji saw the middle-aged man, she flew into his arms and cried. Li Mu's expression changed. He was very familiar with the aura of this man. Cui Ming had this aura when he was possessed by the 10,000 Illusion Heaven Lord's clone. Without a doubt, the man in front of him was Huan Ji's father, the master of the Demon Path's Mirage sect and Meizong sect. He was the former Grand Elder of the Mirage sect, the 10,000 Illusion Heaven Lord. If he knew that this person was nearby, he would have treated Huan Ji better. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The middle-aged man looked at Huan Ji with heartache and asked, My dear daughter, what's wrong? Who bullied you? Huan Ji wiped her tears and pointed at Li Mu. At this moment, Li Mu felt that he was locked on by an extremely powerful aura. A chill rushed from his tailbone to the back of his head. His body and mind seemed to be frozen at this moment. Not only was his body unable to move, but even his mind stopped working. This was the first time Li Mu truly experienced the power of the seventh realm. Although he was with the Empress every day, he had never seen the Empress display her full strength. This was the most dangerous moment Li Mu had ever encountered. At this moment, his life was completely controlled by someone else. However, this feeling of being at the mercy of others only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, Li Mu regained control of his body and mind. A figure appeared in front of him. Looking at the figure in front of him and smelling the familiar fragrance, Li Mu was so touched that he wanted to cry. He blurted out, "Your Majesty." Zhou Yi looked at him gently and said softly, "I'm here. Don't be afraid." Chapter 412. The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Yi with surprise, the Empress of the Great Zhou. Zhou Yi looked at him indifferently and said coldly, "Old fox." The two looked at each other and didn't do anything else. The clouds above everyone's heads suddenly dispersed. There was no killing intent on the mountain peak, but every step was filled with killing intent. The 10,000 Illusion Lord looked at the Empress with a hint of fear in his eyes. "You actually came personally?" The 10,000 Illusion Lord looked at Huan Ji and said, "I only have one daughter. For my precious daughter, I naturally have to come." Zhou Yi said, "He's my subject. For my subject, why can't I come?" As soon as she finished speaking, a stream of light flashed across the horizon. Another figure instantly arrived. Xian Jizi looked at Li Mu and asked, "Junior brother, are you all right?" Li Mu smiled and said, "I'm fine." Xian Jizi. 10,000 Illusion Lord. Xian Jizi and the 10,000 Illusion Lord looked at each other. The latter's gaze swept across Xian Jizi and the Empress. He waved his sleeve and swept up Huan Ji and the others, saying, "Let's go." Seeing them turn into streams of light and leave, the Empress and Xian Jizi didn't stop them. Between transcending realm experts, unless there was a huge difference in strength, they wouldn't easily start a fight. Even if it was 1 against 2, it would be difficult to determine the victor. For the others present, it was a disaster. In the sky, the 10,000 Illusion Lord asked Huan Ji, "What happened?" Huan Ji lowered her head and said, "The demonic emperor's inheritance was a scam. It was a trap set up by Emperor by 3,000 years ago. His goal was to lure living people in and use their essence blood to revive his demonic corpse. All of us almost died in the hands of that demonic corpse." The 10,000 Illusion Lord asked again, "Did you get the heavenly book?" Huan Ji shook her head and said, "It should have fallen into Li Mu's hands." The Lord of Illusions said regretfully, "What a pity. If not for the Empress of the Great Zhou and the headmaster of the Fulu School, Xian Jizi, who obtained that page of the heavenly book, we would have been able to lead the demon race and restore the glory of the demon race." Huan Ji asked, "Why didn't Father snatch the heavenly book back?" The Lord of Illusions shook his head and said, "Not to mention Xian Jizi, even if the Empress of the Great Zhou was alone, I would not snatch the heavenly tomes from her." Huan Ji thought of the beautiful woman who descended from the sky and muttered, "She is the Empress of the Great Zhou?" The Lord of Illusions said, "Such a young 7th-level cultivator. She is the only one in the entire mainland. This woman is very strong. I'm afraid that only the elders of the Sage sect have the strength to fight her." Huan Ji said in disbelief, "But she's so young." The Heavenly Lord of Illusions said leisurely, "How can the Emperor Qi born from the psyche of tens of thousands of people be ordinary? In the 10 continents and 3 islands, there are not many people who are stronger than her." Huan Ji looked back, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. The Heavenly Lord of Illusions patted her head and said, "Don't be disappointed. Sooner or later, you will reach her cultivation level. When you go back this time, go into seclusion and comprehend the heavenly tomes." Huan Ji nodded and gritted her teeth. She said, "When I break through, I will deal with you." The Heavenly Lord of Illusions thought of something and his eyes flashed. He said, "The headmaster of the Fulu School and the Empress of the Great Zhou came here personally for him. This Li Mu must have a big secret. He also has the heavenly tomes of the demon clan. He will always be a threat. If there is a chance in the future, we must get rid of him." Huanji raised her head and looked at the Heavenly Lord of Illusions with a complicated expression. She said, "Father, he saved my life." The Heavenly Lord of Illusions frowned and said, "Then it's not easy to kill him. It's best if we can use him. If not, it won't be too late to kill him after you have repaid your debt." On the mountain peak, the bear demon clasped his hands at Li Mu and said, "If there is a chance in the future, Lord Li, please come to my bear clan. I will definitely treat you with great hospitality." The snake demon also clasped his hands at Li Mu and said, "Thank you, Lord Li, for saving my life. You will always be a friend of my clan." Li Mu waved his hand at them and did not make things difficult for them. A large part of the friction between the Great Zhou dynasty and the Fei nation was instigated by the demon Dao. The Fei nation was not a single entity, and there were countless Fei kings. Not all of them were enemies with the Great Zhou dynasty. "I will take my leave first." The two demons bowed at him at the same time. Their bodies turned into streams of light and disappeared into the forest. This time, the 4 demon kings had sent out the elites of their clans. In the end, only 1 bear and 1 snake remained out of the 25th realm demons. The wolf clan and the leopard clan were completely wiped out. The status of these demon clans in the demon nation would probably change. Other than that, the demon path, the soul sect, and the demon sect did not get any benefits. None of the experts who entered the cave abode came out alive. After today, they would probably be reduced to the demon path. In addition to the demon path experts who died at the hands of Li Mu, the demon path would probably have to behave for a long time. On the other hand, although the disciples of the 6 sects and the consecrators of the imperial court were more or less injured, at least none of them were missing. Li Mu was the biggest winner of this trip. As Xian Jizi breathed a sigh of relief, he said, "Junior brother, why don't you leave the Great Zhou court and come to Mount Baiyun to cultivate? The imperial court's mission is too dangerous. If anything happens to you, how am I going to explain it to Marshal Uncle Fu Daozi?" When he heard the news about Li Mu from Hyunjinko, his heart was in his mouth. If something happened to Li Mu, it would definitely be a huge loss that the Fulu school would not be able to bear. After such a thing happened, he could not be at ease letting Li Mu stay in the Great Zhou court. As Xian Jizi's voice fell, Zhou Yi looked at him indifferently. He did not say anything and looked at the scenery in the distance. However, his fists in his sleeves were tightly clenched. Li Mu shook his head and said, "Cultivation is full of danger, but it is also full of opportunities. If you train yourself more, it will be beneficial for your future cultivation. Cultivating in seclusion at Mount Baiyun is safe, but it will not be beneficial for your future cultivation." Xian Jizi sighed and said, "Junior brother's words make sense. Let's do as you say." Zhou Yi continued to admire the scenery, and his fists in his sleeves were slowly loosened. Li Mu stretched out his hand. With a thought, the Dao bell floated in his palm. He looked at Xian Jizi and said, "There is a strand of Genesis Qi in the White Emperor cave dwelling. The cracks on the Dao bell have already been repaired. Senior brother, bring it back to the mountain." Just as he finished speaking, the Dao bell buzzed and flew behind Li Mu to hide. Xian Jizi said helplessly, "Since the Dao bell is willing to follow junior brother, let it follow you. With the Dao bell by junior brother's side, I will feel more at ease." In truth, Li Mu was just being polite. Who wouldn't want such a powerful treasure? If it wasn't for the Dao bell in the Demon Emperor cave dwelling, they would not have been able to see him. It was also because of the Dao bell that he could be so fearless from beginning to end. Xian Jizi looked at Zhou Yi and said, "Junior brother Ling Jizi, please take care of him, your majesty." Zhou Yi said indifferently, "I will take care of my people. I don't need you to remind me." Xian Jizi did not say anything else. He said to the disciples of the other 5 sects, "Follow me back to Baiyun Mountain. Your elders are also there." The elders of the 5 sects bowed and said yes. Xian Jizi led everyone away. Only Li Mu, the empress, and the high priests were left. Li Mu stretched out his hand and absorbed a ball of light into his body. He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, a strange light flashed across his eyes. 3 streaks of light flew over from afar. It was the sloppy Taoist priest and the other two high priests. The two high priests bowed to the empress and said, "Greetings, your majesty." The sloppy Taoist priest only cupped his hands slightly. When he saw Li Mu, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yi said calmly, "Let's go back to Fairy's capital." She grabbed Li Mu's shoulder and the two of them disappeared instantly. On the spot, one of the high priests sighed and said, "Master Li is indeed a favored official." To save him, the empress actually came personally. The sloppy Taoist priest put his hands behind his head and said indifferently, "I really do favor him. As for whether he's a subordinate or not, I don't know." North County. Yangqiu County. In the courtyard of the Li family's old residence. Li Mu touched the back of his head and looked at the figure standing in the courtyard in confusion. He asked, "Your Majesty, aren't we going back to Fairy's capital?" He thought the Empress would bring him back to Fairy's capital directly. However, the Empress asked him to bring her to Yangqiu County. She even insisted on visiting his ancestral residence. Zhou Yi said indifferently, "What's the rush? It's not easy to come out. We'll go back in a few days." Li Mu continued to ask, "Your Majesty, you're not going to court?" Zhou Yi looked at him and asked, "Do you feel uncomfortable being alone with me?" Li Mu smiled apologetically and said, "Not at all. I couldn't ask for more." As the Empress, she had not even left Fairy's capital. It was not bad to take this opportunity to let her see her empire with her own eyes. She was the one who took the initiative. It was not Li Mu who seduced her and made her ignore the imperial court. Although they both made the emperor not attend court, he did not have the warmth of a hibiscus tent, nor did he have the pleasure of attending banquets. He was fundamentally different from Yang Guifei. Zhou Yi looked around and asked, "You grew up here?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes." Zhou Yi continued to look around, but Li Mu's thoughts were elsewhere. Although the mission this time was extremely dangerous and he almost died in the Demon Emperor's cave, it was a daunting experience without danger. He had taken such a huge risk, but his rewards were also huge. The White Emperor's memories were forced out of the demonic corpse's body and landed in Li Mu's hands. The demonic corpse had just been born, and the space of consciousness was still blank. It suddenly received these memories, so of course it would be greatly affected. It would even think that it was the White Emperor. However, Li Mu had his own mature and complete consciousness. An unfamiliar memory would not have any effect on him. It was not the first time he digested other people's memories. With venerable thousand illusions in front, Li Mu did not take long to digest the White Emperor's memories. And the moment he obtained the White Emperor's memories, he found a way to control the White Emperor's cave and became the new master of the cave. With a thought, Li Mu's body appeared in the cave again. This place was still desolate, and there was white fog everywhere. Li Mu blew, and the white fog gradually dissipated. The true appearance of the White Emperor's cave appeared before his eyes for the first time. The sky here was gray. There was not a trace of cloud, and there was nothing at all. The ground was brown. There were dilapidated walls, countless tombstones, and demonic corpses everywhere. The Demon Emperor's palace stood alone in the center of the space. It looked like a huge tomb. The entire space was filled with dead silence. There was not even a trace of life. The Empress floated beside him and said, "This is the White Emperor's cave." Li Mu was shocked. He said in shock, "Your Majesty, how did you come in?" Zhou Yi glanced at him and said, "I came in when I wanted to." Breaking open the space from the outside and forcefully entering an occupied cave was not something she could do with her seventh realm cultivation. She must have followed Li Mu in when he opened the cave. This also sounded the alarm for Li Mu. Even if he had the cave of a ninth realm expert, it did not mean that a seventh realm expert could not do anything to him. Although he was the owner of this cave, his strength was too low. In this cave, he was still not a match for a transcendent realm expert. Zhou Yi looked at him and said, "In front of a seventh realm expert and above, do not rashly enter the cave." Li Mu nodded seriously and said, "I understand." Then, he looked at this dead silent space and asked, "Your Majesty, why is there not a trace of life here? Is this normal?" Zhou Yi said, "It is not normal. Li Mu asked again, then what should a normal flask heaven space be like? Zhou Yi looked at him and put her hand on his shoulder. Li Mu's vision blurred, and he appeared in another space. This space was not big. It was about the size of 2 Li residences, but it was full of vitality. The sky was blue. Although there was no sun, it was as if he was under the bright sun. A few clouds dotted the sky. They were all in the shape of animals. There were butterflies, rabbits, deer. Li Mu stood on a grassland. The grass under his feet was green and shady. Sometimes, there were a few small flowers. There was a stone path beside his feet. Behind the path was a simple straw hut. There were 2 gardens in front and on both sides of the hut. In the gardens, there were hundreds of flowers competing with each other. There was a faint floral fragrance in the air. In front of the path, there was a small lake. The lake water was clear. A few fish swam in the water. They shook their tails and swam happily into the depths. This was the small world in the Empress's heart. Li Mu looked up at the cute 7-colored clouds in the sky. The Empress was not young, but she still had the heart of a young girl. Of course, this was not the most important point. What was important was that although this space was small, it was full of vitality. Although the Demon Emperor's cave was big, it was full of dead silence. Li Mu took a breath of the sweet air and said, "To be honest, after I retired, I wanted to live in a place like this. Of course, it would be better if the place was bigger. I have many people in my family. One small hut would not be enough." The next moment, he appeared in the dead space of the Demon Emperor's cave. Li Mu looked around and asked, "Your Majesty, why did this place become like this?" The Empress looked at him and said, "When all the flaming pot caves were first opened, they were all dead places like this. It was the owner of the cave that gave the cave life. The White Emperor has been dead for 3,000 years. The cave cannot replenish spiritual energy from the outside. The spiritual energy in the cave will slowly dissipate. It is not strange that it has become like this. As long as you manage it well, it will recover its vitality sooner or later." Hearing the Empress say this, Li Mu was relieved. It was not easy to find a cave for free. If it was always dead and could not be lived in, then what was the use of it? After all, this would be Li Mu's home in the future. With his home in such a mess, he could not bear it for even a minute. He did as he said. First, he gathered the broken demon corpses together and burned them. Then, he turned all the tombstones back into stone and leveled the ground. Last night, Li Mu discovered that there were 10 more tombstones near the square of the Demon Emperor's palace. He waved his hand, and the last 10 tombstones rose from the ground. Then, Li Mu discovered that under each tombstone, there was a demon corpse. He did not expect that there were 10 fish that escaped the net in the Demon Emperor's palace. He gathered the 10 corpses together and set them on fire again. However, these 10 demon corpses did not change at all in the true Samadhi fire. Li Mu was about to increase the firepower when Zhou Yi suddenly stretched out her hand and said, "Wait." She looked at the demon corpses that were bathing in the fire and said, "These corpses are not normal. When they were alive, they should have been 7th realm or even 8th realm elites." Then, she shook her head and said, "Unfortunately, I do not know how to refine corpses. The corpses of such elites should be able to be refined into 6th realm corpses." Li Mu was stunned for a moment, then immediately extinguished the fire. He looked at the Empress and rubbed his hands, saying embarrassedly, "Refining corpses, I just happen to know a little." Chapter 413. Li Mu knew a lot about refining corpses. It was no exaggeration to say that no one in this world knew more about refining corpses than he did. Other than being cunning and cautious, Qian Huan also had another identity. He was the first elder of the demonic Tao's corpse sect. Refining corpses was the corpse sect's ability to make a living. Who in the 10 continents and 3 islands knew more about refining corpses than the first elder of the corpse sect? The corpse sect had always had a special status in the demonic Tao. Even those in the demonic Tao usually stayed away from the corpse sect out of respect. Their strength was ranked at the top of the 10 sects. After all, when fighting with the corpse sect, one had to be careful not only of the corpse sect themselves, but also of their corpses. Some corpse sect madmen refined corpses that were even stronger than themselves. Other than spending all day with corpses, the corpse sect disciples' favorite thing to do was to dig graves. They especially liked to rob the graves of experts. After stealing the corpses, they would use secret techniques to refine them into powerful zombies and turn them into their own corpse puppets. For the opening of the Demon Emperor's cave this time, if not for the fact that the corpse sect was too far away and could not make it in time, all the experts in their sect would have come out in full force. It could be said that the corpse sect's ability to refine corpses was the best in the 10 continents. Other than those techniques that had been lost in inheritance, as time passed, all kinds of techniques were constantly improving and perfecting. The corpse refining techniques of 3,000 years ago were naturally incomparable to those of today. If the 9th Realm White Emperor 3,000 years ago had Xian Huan's experience in refining corpses and used some special techniques to refine his own corpses, then the newly awakened demon corpses in the White Emperor's cave would have at least been at the 7th realm, if not the 8th realm. Including Li Mu, everyone who entered the cave would have died. Li Mu had just obtained the White Emperor's memories and only found the method to control the cave. He did not have time to go through all of it. At this moment, he focused on searching and quickly found out the origins of these 10 demon corpses. These 10 corpses were the 10 great demon generals under the White Emperor. Before the White Emperor died, he buried all the demon generals and demon soldiers under him with him. Those demon soldiers would be the first to wake up when an outsider entered the cave abode. They would drain the intruder's spiritual power and weaken their strength. At the same time, they would provide the White Emperor demonic corpse with food for the awakened White Emperor demonic corpse. They would also prevent intruders with full spiritual power from causing trouble for the awakened White Emperor demonic corpse. As for the awakening of the 10 great demon generals, they would also need to consume a large amount of blood. In order to prevent them from competing with his own demon corpses for blood and affecting his resurrection, Emperor Bai chose to seal the demon generals. He planned to awaken them after his own resurrection. This way, the former demon generals would be able to serve him again. Of course, he didn't expect that Li Mu would use his glib tongue to cause a zombie that had just gained consciousness to suffer from schizophrenia. In the end, he forced out his memories, tore apart space, and escaped. He decided to live for himself in the future, thus, the 10 great demon generals under his command were given to Li Mu. From the White Emperor's memories, 8 of the 10 great demon generals were level 7 spirit demons, and 2 were level 8 Xian demons. Level 8 Xian demons, regardless of whether they were humans or demons, were all super strong cultivators that dominated the continent. 3,000 years ago, they were just buried with someone else. Li Mu was shocked. Zhou Yi saw through his thoughts and explained, 3,000 years ago, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was much denser than it is now. It was also easier to give birth to strong cultivators. Back then, there were many level 9 humans and demons. In reality, after digesting part of the White Emperor's memories, Li Mu also realized that the spiritual energy between heaven and earth today was much, much thinner than it was 3,000 years ago. Based on this phenomenon, it wasn't hard to guess how dense the spiritual energy was 6,000 years ago, 9,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, or even in the previous epoch. It was no wonder that the number of strong cultivators was decreasing over the years even though cultivation techniques were improving. Perhaps in a few thousand years, it would be very difficult for cultivators on this continent to even advance to the middle 3 realms. However, all this had nothing to do with the present. Li Mu temporarily stored the 10 corpses in the Demon Emperor Palace. There was nothing in this dead space, so there was no possibility of them turning into corpses for the time being. Using blood to make the corpses develop consciousness was the lowest level of corpse refining method. If he used all kinds of treasures, supplemented by the corpse nurturing formation, and refined using the corpse sex secret techniques, the White Emperor demon corpse's power would be much more than that when it awoke. However, refining them into demon corpses required a lot of preparation. Li Mu couldn't gather all the materials at the moment, so he needed to plan at length. His main task now was to remodel the Demon Emperor's cave abode. In the past 3,000 years, the ownerless Demon Emperor's cave abode was completely isolated from the outside world. This was the reason for the dead silence in this space. The first thing Li Mu had to do was to reconnect the cave abode with the outside world, allowing the spiritual energy and the power of heaven and earth from the outside world to gush in. This was the first step to restoring life to the Demon Emperor's cave abode. Li Mu's second step was to tear down the Demon Emperor Palace and the square in front of the palace. This huge building stood there alone, like a huge tomb. And that was originally the White Emperor's tomb. Li Mu felt that it was inauspicious, so he quickly razed it to the ground. In addition, he also opened up a small lake in the cave abode, drawing in running water from the Bay of Clearwater, and brought in the fish and prawns in the water. While he was at it, he also moved Suhi's small house by the water into the cave abode. The Empress was very happy to plant flowers and grass. She bought flower seeds from outside, and planted a huge garden by the lake. With a wave of her sleeve, the lifeless ground became green like a cushion. She also used the leftover peach pits from the two of them to grow a peach forest in the distance. The saplings quickly broke through the ground, grew rapidly, and bloomed white and red flowers. The cave abode looked brand new, but it still lacked some life. Thus, Li Mu caught some birds and a few rabbits from the forest. The grass had a few more white embellishments, the water was filled with fish and prawns, and the forest was filled with the fragrance of flowers. The sky was empty, so he pinched a few white clouds and floated in the sky. Zhou-Yi looked at the clouds in the sky in the shape of various animals. She glanced at Li Mu and said, "Childish." Looking at the small space that the two of them had opened up together, Li Mu felt a sense of accomplishment. However, for the people of the North County, there were too many strange things happening around them these few days. First, the water level of the Gulf of Clear Water had inexplicably dropped by half. Then, the number of mountains in the vicinity had also decreased. The originally lush forest on the mountain had become barren overnight, as if someone had dug it out from the roots. Some people reported this strange matter to the government. After the government sent people to investigate, they couldn't find anything. In the end, they could only leave it as it was. Inside the Heavenly Flask cave abode, Li Mu lay on the grass beside the lake. He looked at the few wooden houses by the lake and felt the breeze from the lake. His entire person fell into an ethereal state. This originally dead cave abode had been turned into a paradise by him and the Empress. In the future, there would be no need to find another place. In this place, isolated from the rest of the world, he could cultivate in peace. When he was lonely, he could leave the cave abode and travel the world. Wasn't this beautiful? Zhou-Yi stood by the lake. The breeze moved the hair in front of her forehead. She reached out and combed a few strands of hair. She asked, "How many people do you have in your family? Why did you build so many houses here?" Li Mu said, "I built a few more. Sooner or later, I will need them. Even if I don't live in them myself, it will be easy to arrange if a guest comes. Your Majesty, do you want to pick one? In the future, if your Majesty is bored in the palace, you can come visit me." Zhou-Yi didn't stand on ceremony with Li Mu. She pointed at the house closest to the flower bed and said, "I want this one." The Empress was already adding furniture to her house. Dao Zhong was chasing birds in the forest. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the grass. He stretched out his hand, and a simple page floated in his hand. This was the ultimate goal of everyone who entered the Demon Emperor's cave abode. Taoism called it the Tao page, and the demon race called it the Heavenly Book. 3,000 years ago, the White Emperor passed down the demon race's orthodoxy through this page of the Heavenly Book. Li Mu closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the page. In the next moment, he came to a white world. This wasn't the first time he had experienced this. Li Mu closed his eyes and began to recite the Clear Heart chant. He didn't know how many times he recited it. When he opened his eyes again, the white fog in front of him had disappeared. His body was in a strange space. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the ground. The sky was filled with all kinds of huge figures. However, they weren't the monsters that Li Mu had seen in the pages of the Fulu school. The figures above his head were all monsters that Li Mu was familiar with. There were giant snakes that were thousands of feet long, giant bears that were hundreds of feet tall, giant wolves, and so on. There were more than 100 types of monsters. Each of them exuded an incomparably powerful aura. Li Mu looked around. He didn't see the monsters that he had seen before. Finally, he looked at a giant snake. In an instant, his vision blurred. He suddenly found himself floating in the air. He looked down and saw the body of a giant snake twisting and turning below. He himself had actually turned into that giant snake. At the same time, some information suddenly appeared in Li Mu's mind. Li Mu quickly realized that this was the cultivation method of the snake clan. Monsters were different from humans. Their monster body structures were different. Although they could cultivate by inhaling and exhaling spirit chi, each race had their own cultivation method that was most suitable for them. If they cultivated using a cultivation method that was suitable for them, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. They could also unleash their full strength. However, before Li Mu had time to experience it, the giant snake let out a roar and flew up into the sky. At this moment, although Li Mu had the vision of the giant snake, he couldn't control its body. He could only continue to rise with the giant snake, as if he wanted to fly with the snake into the sky. However, the higher the snake flew, the greater the resistance it encountered. Finally, it was suspended somewhere in the void, unable to take another step. Bang! The giant snake's body coiled up. It slammed its head into the sky, but it quickly fell back down. Bang! 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 It slammed into the sky again and again, falling down again and again. Its head was broken and bleeding, but it still didn't look back. Boom! When it slammed into the sky for the last time, it burned out all the monster power in its body. Its body exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. At the same time, Li Mu's consciousness rapidly fell. As if he had fallen in his sleep, Li Mu's body twitched on the grass in the White Emperor cave. He suddenly opened his eyes. His forehead was full of sweat, and he was panting heavily. Chapter 4:14. Zhou Yi stood beside Li Mu and threw him a handkerchief. She asked, "What did you see?" Li Mu wiped his sweat with the handkerchief and gulped. He said, "Demons, many powerful demons." With the knowledge that Li Mu gained from Emperor Bai's memories, it was not difficult to determine that the demons in the Heavenly Book were all Ninth Realm heavenly demons. Although he was not sure if the scene in the Heavenly Book had really happened, the scene of the giant snake breaking through the sky left an unforgettable memory in Li Mu. Li Mu looked up at the sky. Although he often rode the wind and rode the clouds, he only flew 1,000 feet to 1,000 feet. He had never tried to fly to the highest point. In this world, there were suns, moons, and stars. All kinds of phenomena showed that the ground under their feet was also a sphere. In principle, if they kept flying upwards, they should reach outer space. However, Li Mu had never seen any records of this. He looked at the Empress and asked, "Your Majesty, what is above the sky?" Zhou Yi said calmly, "You will know when you see it for yourself." After saying that, she put her hand on Li Mu's shoulder. The next moment, the two left the cave and appeared in the real world. Zhou Yi grabbed Li Mu's shoulder and flew into the sky. Li Mu looked down and saw the ancestral home under his feet becoming smaller. Soon, he could see the full view of Yangqiu County. The people and carriages in the city were like ants. Soon, they were above the clouds. Standing here and looking down, all one could see were clouds and mist. The surrounding air was extremely thin and the temperature was extremely low. Mortals who had never cultivated before wouldn't even be able to last the time it took to brew a cup of tea here. The Empress's hand was still on his shoulder. A warm feeling spread from her palm. Li Mu's discomfort quickly disappeared without a trace. Roughly estimating that they had flown up about 10,000 feet, Zhou Yi looked up and said, "If we go up, we will reach the 9 heavens hurricane layer." She grabbed Li Mu and ascended another 1,000 feet. As if crossing a certain boundary, Li Mu suddenly felt the pressure on his body multiply. The temperature here dropped drastically, and Li Mu had to channel his spiritual power to resist the cold. At the same time, there seemed to be a biting cold wind blowing from all directions. As the wind blew on his body, besides bringing about the cold, it also made his body feel like it was being cut by a knife. Li Mu even felt like his primordial spirit was about to be blown out of his body. Only when the Empress unleashed a protective barrier that enveloped the two of them did this feeling gradually disappear. The Empress led Li Mu upwards, and the protective shield around them began to deform. After 10,000 meters, the Empress slowly came to a stop. The higher we go, the stronger the astral winds are. With my cultivation base, I can only escort you up to this point. At this moment, the protective shield was already trembling slightly. Li Mu guessed that even a 6th realm cultivator would not be able to withstand the gales here. Further up, there would definitely be areas where even 7th realm cultivators would have to stop. It was almost impossible to fly into outer space with just one's physical body. The two of them were about to descend when they suddenly saw a golden light shining in the distance. In the 9 heavens astral wind layer, one could not fly as fast as when they were close to the ground. Zhou Yi led Li Mu for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before they reached the golden light. In front of Li Mu's eyes, a monk in a robe appeared. The monk floated in the 9 heavens astral wind layer, allowing the astral winds to blow over his body. The biting cold astral winds blew from all directions, and the monk's robes fluttered in the wind. However, his body remained as still as a mountain, emitting a faint glow in the 9 heavens astral wind layer. Li Mu was secretly shocked at the sight of this. The astral winds here were extremely fierce. If a Dongxian cultivator was exposed here, he would probably lose his physical body immediately. This monk could withstand the 9 heavens astral wind with just his body. How strong must his physical body be? As the two of them approached, the old monk slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Empress. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Are you the Empress of the Great Zhou?" Naturally, the Empress could not be the one to introduce herself. As the Empress's #1 lackey, Li Mu spoke on her behalf. "Yes, Your Majesty. May I ask for the Great Master's Dharma name and where you cultivate?" The old monk braved the astral winds and put his palms together. He said, "Amitba. Greetings, Your Majesty. I am Kong Ming, an old monk who wanders the world." Li Mu sized him up a few times and asked, "Grandmaster, are you cultivating in this 9 heavens astral wind layer?" The old monk smiled and said, "I have nothing to do, so I came up to polish my muscles and bones." It was the first time Li Mu heard of using the 9 heavens astral wind to polish one's muscles and bones. Although Buddhism cultivated the body, ordinary monks could not withstand it. This old monk was probably in the Prajna realm of Buddhism, a 7th realm master like the Empress Xian Jizi. While Li Mu was sizing up the old monk was also sizing up Li Mu. As he looked, a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he said, "Young benefactor, you are fated with Buddhism. If you convert to Buddhism, you will definitely become a holy monk in the future." The Empress looked at him indifferently, and said coldly, "Recite your sutras." This was the first sentence she said to the old monk, and also the only sentence. After saying this, she grabbed Li Mu's shoulder, and the two of them descended rapidly. In a few breaths' time, Li Mu stood on the ground again. The rapid descent made him feel dizzy. His body swayed, and only by supporting the Empress did he not fall. Li Mu felt that although his body had returned to the ground, his soul was still in the sky. After calming himself down, Li Mu immediately let go of the Empress, and said helplessly, "Your Majesty, don't be so fast next time." I can't take it," Zhou Yi said. "I know." In the next few days, the two of them spent a few more days in their own world. With the Empress's speed, it would take less than an hour to go from the North County to the divine capital, but she didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. She flew slowly with Li Mu along the way. When they reached a town, they would go down to rest, see the local customs, try the local snacks, and shop for some local specialties. 10 days passed, and they hadn't even finished half of the journey. Li Mu was quite anxious at first, but seeing that he wasn't. He treated it as accompanying her on a private tour. For the Empress, who had never left the divine capital before, the outside world was full of novelty. During this time, Li Mu tried many times to comprehend the heavenly book, possessed various monsters, and obtained many cultivation methods of the monster race. What Bai Di had comprehended back then was far less than what Li Mu had comprehended. The cultivation method that he had comprehended and passed down to the monster race was actually only one kind, and it was the cultivation method of the tiger race. However, he had made some improvements on this foundation, so that all monsters could cultivate according to this method, but it was far from being able to unleash the special abilities of the various races. If Li Mu passed down the cultivation method of the monster race that he knew to the corresponding monster race, so that each of the major monster races would have their own cultivation method, the strength of the monster race would definitely rise to another level. Of course, this was tantamount to aiding the enemy, and Li Mu wouldn't nurture the enemy. Unfortunately, he didn't find the cultivation method of the fox race. Although the fox race was also a monster, their cultivation method was its own system. When the nine-tailed fox appeared, all the other monsters would retreat. Their cultivation method should be top-notch. Li Mu guessed that the heavenly book in the hands of the Lord of Illusions might contain the secret of the fox race. He wondered if there was a chance for Xiao Bai to get it. In addition, there was another matter that caused great doubt in Li Mu's heart. In the space where the page was, no matter what kind of monster race it was, their final choice would be the end of the sky. It was as if there was something there that was attracting them. For this reason, these monster race experts were even willing to give up their lives. Li Mu knew nothing about this. At the end of the sky, above the nine heavens hurricane, what exactly was attracting them? Perhaps only they knew. Even Li Mu couldn't find the answer from Emperor Bai's memories. Similarly, the enormous monster he saw in the talisman puppet Sex Dao page was also an unsolved mystery in his heart. After wandering outside for more than half a month, Li Mu and the Empress finally returned to Shendu. The officials were notified that tomorrow's morning court would be held as usual. It seemed that His Majesty's seclusion had ended. Cultivators of the seventh realm could easily go into seclusion for months or even years. Half a month of seclusion was nothing. Surprisingly, Li Mu, who had disappeared for a long time, also appeared at this morning court. The officials didn't know what he had been doing. They only guessed that he was out on a mission with the consecrators. Someone tried to inquire through the consecrators department but didn't find anything. In the consecrators department, the sloppy Taoist priest had his hands behind his back. He looked around at everyone and said, "Remember this. You didn't see or hear anything. Don't talk nonsense when you go out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." After returning to the Changle Palace, Li Mu gave the black fox tail that he had plundered from Phantom Princess to Xiao Bai. The weapon in her hand was given to her by Li Mu. Without a doubt, the black fox tail could only unleash its greatest power in the hands of the Fox clan. Xiao Bai loved this new magic treasure very much. Li Mu also took out an elixir that he had plundered from the Demon Palace. With the help of the Empress, Xiao Bai successfully evolved 5 tails. In terms of cultivation, both Li Mu and the Empress could only help her up to this point. She had to complete every step on her own. Li Mu thought of an important matter. He called Xiao Bai in front of him and asked, "Does the Heavenly Fox clan always seek revenge and repay kindness?" Xiao Bai nodded solemnly. Li Mu asked again, "What if there is a person who has both a favor and a grudge against you?" Xiao Bai was stunned for a moment. She didn't seem to expect this situation. She said in confusion, "Well, I don't know." At this time, Wan Wan, who had been eavesdropping, trotted over and said, I know. First, I will repay his kindness with my body. Then, I will have a bunch of children with him. Every day, I will beat his children for revenge.